I don't know.
We don't know what it is. There's no idea what we're doing. Oh, I can be I was have a seat. Don't stand. Have a seat. Have a seat, everyone.
السلام الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. The National Anthem of United Arab Emirates.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and participants. Welcome to the 6th International Conference on Signal Processing and Information Security. I'm Zainab Eid. I'm a student in the University of Dubai. I study electrical engineering. I'll be your presenter for this ceremony. We are thrilled to kickstart this event filled with insightful discussions, innovation, and networking opportunities. To commence our program, please join me in welcoming Dr. ICSPIS, University of Dubai President, the Conference Honorary Chair, and IEEE UAE Section Honorary Chair, who will deliver the welcome speech.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah Muhammad wa alihi wa sahbihi sallam. Honorable ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and fellow researchers. It's It's really an honor and a privilege to stand before you today to address the 6th International Conference on Signal Processing and Information Security, ICSPIS 2023. This conference is gathering us some of the brightest minds in the field of signal processing and information security, and it is a testament to the importance of the work we do and the impact it has on our world. I am very happy to address today the elite audience, like you, of engineers, programmers, professionals, entrepreneurs, faculty and students. ICSPIS 2023 focuses on the important impact of signal processing and information security on the advances of technologies, bridges the gap between disciplines and practices of computer science, technology, cybersecurity, and knowledge economy through further integrating all the key players for advancing the economy of nations, and especially in the UAE. The United Arab Emirates is always on the move and working towards better global positions until it can lead the world in most of the sectors. UAE has been developing and achieving so rapidly since the inception in 1971. And that has made it very difficult for others to catch up with these achievements and successes. Specifically, we will talk about the project 10X, Dubai 10X. In the ever-evolving landscape of technology and communication, the need for innovation and security is paramount. ICSPIS as a platform for collaboration and knowledge exchange has played a pivotal role in fostering these advancements. As we gather here today, I want to reflect on the significance of this conference and the potential it holds for our collective future. The economic ecosystem requires many players to participate in the advancement of global cities and countries. The main variables of the equation of the advancement of the businesses and economies are driving the world towards innovation in big data, analytics, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, robotics, Internet of Things, virtual reality, augmented reality, metaverse, avatars, also known as Pareen, nanotechnology, biotechnology, 3D printing, blockchain, and cryptocurrencies, in addition to green and sustainable societies, environment, and economies. To see the light at the end of the tunnel, readiness for any disruptive changes is a factor towards economic, political, and social sustainability. However, even though the economic drivers depend on natural resources, human resources, and technology, the main driver is technology and only technology. Thus, the advancement of information, communication, and technology should be the main priority of economies to advance the nations into a sustainable prosperity and productive lifestyles. Thus, entering the ICT development sector through the advances of 5G, 5G, and 6G, mobile communications, Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 7, and so on, and IP36 is the bright future for most of the economies in the world. This trend has been going on for a while. However, from the beginning of the 21st century, this trend in ICT field has been moving so dramatically that those who cannot catch up with this rapid pace will be left behind. They will be facing a challenge of implementing very fragile economies depending on delicate economic foundations. The economic driving forces depend and will be depending highly on technology and specifically ICT. Signal processing, I feel at the heart of modern technology, touches our lives in numerous ways. From the clear voice in a video call to the efficient transmission of data over the internet, signal processing is the foundation upon which modern communication stands. The research presented at ICSPIS showcases the latest advancements in this field, which not only improve the quality of our lives, but also create new opportunities and solutions for the challenges we face. One area that deserves special mention is the rapid growth of AI-driven signal processing. Machine learning and deep learning algorithms have revolutionized our ability to extract meaningful information from vast amounts of data. These advances are applied in fields as diverse as healthcare, finance, and environmental monitoring, leading to more accurate diagnoses, better financial models, and improved environmental sustainability. Moreover, the integration of signal processing with emerging technology like 5G, 6G, Internet of Things, and augmented reality promises to reshape our digital landscape. These technologies are transforming industries from healthcare and education to manufacturing and entertainment. ICSPIS serves as a critical hub for experts to exchange ideas and insights, paving the way for the future development and implementation of these transformative technologies. While we celebrate the incredible strides made in signal processing, we must also recognize the challenges that come with this progress. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, the more we rely on digital communication, the more critical information security becomes, with cyber threats becoming increasingly sophisticated. It has been so much sophisticated that the need to protect sensitive information has never been greater. ICSPIS provides a unique platform for researchers and practitioners to address the challenge head on. The theme of information security at ICSPIS 2023 is of paramount importance. Our collective mission is to ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data in an interconnected world. The knowledge shared at this conference will not only shape the future of information security, but will directly impact the safety and security of individuals, organizations, and nations. As we explore topics such as cryptography, network security, and threat detection, we are paving the way for innovative solutions to emerging challenges. By harnessing the power of signal processing and information security, we can safeguard our digital infrastructure and protect the privacy and well-being of our global community. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, one of the most beautiful aspects of conferences like ICSPIS is the global nature of our collaboration. This event brings together researchers, scientists, and experts from around the world, breaking down borders and fostering dialogue. The solutions to the challenges we face are not bound by geographical limitation, they are a collective effort that transcends boundaries. Our work is not only about advancing the frontiers of knowledge, but also about making a real-world impact. The research and ideas shared at ICSPIS 2023 will shape the policies, technologies, and practices that define our digital future. Through collaboration and shared vision, we can collectively work towards creating a safer, cleaner, more efficient, and more connected world. In conclusion, the 6th International Conference on Signal Processing and Information Security, ICSPIS 2023, is not just a conference, it is a testament to our shared commitment to advancing technology and ensuring security. The progress we make there will resonate far beyond these conference walls, influencing the way we communicate, work, and live in a digitally connected world. I encourage all of you to make the most of this unique opportunity for collaboration, learning, and networking. Let us leave this conference inspired with fresh insights and, most importantly, with a deepened resolve to continue our work in signal processing and information security for the betterment of humanity. Thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful, enlightening ICSPIS 2023. Have a nice day in this beautiful city of Dubai.
Thank you, Dr. Isa, for your inspiring words. Our next speaker is Professor Sayyid Ahmed, IEEE UAE Section Chair and Conference Chair. Please join me in welcoming him on the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues. Good morning and welcome to the 6th International Conference on Signal Processing and Information Security. I am truly honored to stand before you today as the chair of the IEEE UAE section on this special occasion where we gather to explore the frontiers of signal processing and information security. This conference marks a significant milestone in our relentless pursuit of excellence and innovation in the fields of signal processing and information security. It's an exciting opportunity to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and foster collaboration. I am particularly proud to mention that this conference is technically sponsored by the IEEE UAE section, a testament to our unwavering commitment to advancing technology and research in our region. IEEE, the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, stands as the world's largest professional society with over 400,000 members. It brings together experts, innovators, and visionaries from around the globe to drive technological progress and address some of the world's most pressing challenges. The IEEE community is a vast network of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration that continually pushes the boundaries of what's possible in our ever-evolving fields. In our local context, the IEEE UAE section is the largest in the GCC, boasting a membership of 1,700 dedicated individuals. We have great pride in the fact that our section is a dynamic hub for technological advancement, a place where like-minded professionals come together to learn, collaborate, and drive change. We have numerous chapters, affinity groups, and student sections across various universities and institutions, providing our members with an environment for personal and professional growth. It's a privilege to lead this vibrant and dynamic community. I would also like to express our sincere gratitude to the sponsors of this conference who have made this event possible. The support of the University of Dubai, the University of Zayed, and Hawaii has played a pivotal role in bringing together experts and thought leaders from diverse backgrounds. Their commitment to fostering innovation and knowledge exchange aligns perfectly with the mission of IEEE and the IEEE UAE section. As we embark on this journey, I encourage you all to engage, connect, and make the most of this exceptional opportunity. Share your insights, challenges, assumptions, and embrace the collaborative spirit that has always been at the heart of IEEE. Thank you, and let us commence the 6th International Conference on Signal Processing and Information Security with a spirit of curiosity and innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Hussein, for your motivating words. Then, I would like to call Dr. Samuddin Mukhtar, Director of Research, University of Dubai, ICPIS Technical Committee Chair, to share some insight into the paper submission and the review process.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 6th edition of the International Conference on Signal Processing and Information Security, and thank you for your presence with us at the University of Dubai. I'd like to thank also the reviewers, the TPC committee for their support, the authors as well for their contributions, and all the organizing committee and the volunteers for their support to make this conference possible. So our program feature today for the conference feature a rich program where we have two keynote speeches by Professor Binyamin and Professor Amin. We have also two panel discussions. In the first day, one panel discussion, and the second day, another panel discussion by the Women in Engineering, IEEE Women Engineering Affinity Group. We also have paper sessions, 8 paper sessions featuring 48 papers. These papers were accepted out of 102 submitted papers. So we also have diversity in our submissions. The authors represent different nationalities and institutions. We have more than 20 countries actually represented in the papers. We also have networking opportunities. We have coffee breaks, we have lunch breaks, and we have a gala dinner today in the evening, which provides a nice opportunity for networking and also collaboration. I wish you a productive, insightful, and fruitful and enjoyable conference today. So we'll start with our conference, I think, first keynote speech now. Yeah. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Hussamuddin. Next, we have our much anticipated keynote address. Please give a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Professor Benjamin Fung. Keynote speech titled Machine Learning for Cybersecurity and Privacy.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Benjamin Fong and I'm a professor and Canada Research Chair in Data Mining for Cybersecurity from McGill University. I'm also an Associate Editor of TKDE and Sustainable Cities and Society. Also am a professional engineer in software engineering. Now I'm in the School of Information Studies, so I'm in an interdisciplinary school. It's called iSchool. Okay? And before I studied my PhD, I worked at SAP for 4 years. But the most important title is the last one. I'm the father of 2 troublemakers. They are now 18 years old and 16 years old. The other roles are just work, right? This is the only role that makes me a happier person. So for my research lab, we work on data mining, machine learning. Nowadays, people call it AI. And we apply privacy and security concepts in different domains in the last few years, including the healthcare, law enforcement, national defense in the energy sector and transportation sectors. But today we are going to focus on 2 topics only. The first one is on authorship analysis, and the second one is on national defense. And then we will talk about malware analysis. Okay? So that's the plan for the next 15 minutes. So let's start with authorship analysis. Let's start with a real-life criminal case. I'm sure this is a real-life criminal case because it happened in my family. Okay? So that's my little home in Montreal. It's called a duplex. Duplex means it's a single house with 2 units. Okay? And if you take a closer look on this house, there are 2 entrances. Okay? So my children and my wife, we live on the 2nd floor, and my parents, They live on the main floor. Okay? So this house has one very important feature. It has 2 kitchens. That's very important to separate my wife from my mom. Okay? Otherwise, I cannot be promoted to a full professor in the interactions. So because of this special settings of my house, the end of that on the main floor, there is the same size of the second floor. So one day my mother came to me and said, let's offer homestay service for international students so that we can generate more income to our family. Probably my mom understands that as a professor in Canada, after taking the 55% tax rate, my salary is not very good. That's why she wants to generate more income for the family. So I helped my mom to make an advertisement on the web saying that, hey, my home is available for international students. And a couple of days later, I received an email from a lady called Camila from Florida. She claimed she is from Florida. And then I spent 1 week exchanging 15 emails with her to talk about the room, talk about the transportation, bus stop, etc. And then eventually she said, okay, I'm coming to your home, and I will stay in your home for 3 to 4 months. And then she offered to pay me in advance. That's our first business in Montreal. The customer offered to pay me in advance. I don't see a reason to say no, right? So, as she said, she is going to ask her uncle, Anthony, in Toronto to send me the check. Because she is in the United States, I'm in Canada, she said it's not convenient to send me the money. So I said, okay, and I talked to her so-called uncle, Anthony, on the phone. And I gave him my address, and then a couple of days later, I received a check. I was asking for $2,800, but when I received a check, it's $4,500. It's a scam, so I make it clear that it's a scam. But how? How can they make money by sending me a wrong check? Anyone? Yeah, okay.
They ask you, they say they've overpaid, and they ask you to refund them the difference.
Exactly. Good, yeah. So, exactly. So, the trick is that, okay, I send you extra money, so send me back the difference, which is $1,700. That is the amount they want to scam, okay? So, of course, I understand, I understood that was a scam, and I told my mom this is not a real talent. And my mom was very disappointed. And then, I report to RCMP, right? By the way, I go back to check my email, and then I receive an email from Camila telling me, oh, my uncle has made a mistake. Send me back the difference by Western Union. So once you send the money by Western Union, you cannot get it back. Right? So I report this to the police, which is the RCMP in Canada. It's like FBI in the States. And then
What you will not send before you the amount?
First of all, this is a counterfeit check, right? This is not a real check. So I go to the bank. I told the bank this is probably a counterfeit check, right? And then, but that's the trick. That's the trick, right? If you deposit a check to a bank, that amount will immediately appear in your bank account. Let's say $4,500. This will give you an illusion you have received a fund. But actually your bank will take 10 business days to verify this is a real or counterfeit check. But it means the bad guy has 10 days period to trick you to give the difference back. Okay? So this is an illusion. And in Canada, in the law enforcement for the police, they will not do any investigation if the amount is less than $5,000. That's why this bad guy put $4,500. Okay? They know the rule. They know when you will start investigations. And of course, I didn't lose any money. That's another reason the police didn't do any investigation. Okay? But what if, right? The police was not doing anything, but what if we really want to launch an investigation? What kind of evidence do we have? I have that guy's telephone number. I have talked to him on the phone. In order to protect his privacy, I have removed one digit in here, okay, to protect his privacy. Okay. So occasionally, whenever I cannot go to sleep 2 a.m. in the morning, I still give him a call. And sometimes he still pick up the phone. Then he will say some bad language and hang up. Okay. And then, there is 10 possibility. Yeah? I'm providing 10 anonymity. If you're familiar with privacy protection, I'm providing 10 anonymity on this telephone number. Okay, so I also have 15 emails from Camila. So if we want to launch an investigation, the police can actually get the telephone number and able to get a warrant from the courts, and then with the telephone company, with the ISP, they may be able to track down that person. But eventually we need to prove those 15 emails are actually written by him. So that's the motivation why we want to do authorship and identification. So I spent 10 minutes just to motivate my research problem on authorship identification. That is, given an anonymous email, given some blog post, forum text, we want to identify who is the person behind the keyboard. So you may say, hey Ben, that's easy, right? If you just look at the email message header, then you will find the IP address, with the court warrants, you can get the physical address of that person, and then you will get the MAC address, and you can prove which machine sent out the message. Yes, that's true. You can prove using IP address, MAC address, you can prove which machine sent out the message, but you cannot, there's still a gap, right, between the keyboard and the person. So can we have additional evidence to, based on the writing styles, to determine who the person is? That's the purpose of authorship identification. So the problem is the following. It's a typical classification analysis problem. So we have an anonymous email, and then we assume the investigator has some suspect, have some candidates in mind. And then for each suspect, we have about at least 30 to 50 emails. Then our job is to match the writing styles of the anonymous email and to, with each of the candidates, see which one has the closest match. That's the general problem of authorship identification. And then we have developed a tool called Author Miner 3, and the idea is to track the n-gram at all 3 different levels. Let's say at the character level, let's say this is a message. Right? At the n-gram character level, it will be GUY, UYS, S, comma, space. So we track the n-gram at the character level. We also extract the word level n-gram. Let's say, for this case, the first 3 n-gram at the word level will be guys, your teams. The second one is your teams did. The third one will be teams did are. Okay, so we extract the word level n-gram. We also get the parts of speech, is called a syntactic n-gram. So we transform the sentence into parts of speech. Let's say subject, verb, pronouns, article. So we extract the n-gram from that part of speech. By doing that, we can extract the writing style structures from the sentence. So we get these different levels of n-gram, and then we did a very simple approach. Let's say this is the vector representing the anonymous email, and then the other 2 vectors, PV1, PV2, represent the writing samples of the other candidates, and we simply do a cosine distance to see which one has the closest match. I'm not going to talk about the details. Instead, I would like to show you a software demonstration that we have implemented a few years ago. I'm getting old, I need to wear glasses. So let me give you an example first. So this is an email. the projector is back on. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so this is the email. This is the email written by Lin. Lin is my friend. I don't think you need to read the email, but the purpose is just to show that this email was written by my friend Lin. So several years ago, she, first of all, she is working in the Canadian government, and several years ago, she invited me to give a talk like this one on authorship identification. So this is the invitation email written by Lin. And then I said, okay, yes, I can give a presentation in your conference, but the condition is that I need to use this email in the rest of my life to illustrate how my program can work. Okay, so now we know that this email is written by Lin, but let's pretend we do not know that this is written by Lin. Let's say this is an anonymous email, and see how we can use our software to re-identify that this is actually written by Lin. So this is the same I just show you, and then in order to form a case where you need to have more than one candidate. So on here we have the anonymous email, and then I know Lin for a long period of time, so I have a good collection of Lin's email. I have 20 email written by Lin, and then 20 email written by, let's say, candidate Y, and then another 20 email written by X. So altogether we have 61 email in here. 20 email from each candidate that we do not know which one is the true author, and then one anonymous email. So let's do the pre-processing. So if I just use this email for the identification, now I'm cheating, right? Because Lin names appear right there. So if I just use this, I'm not doing it correctly. So let's do the pre-processing step to remove all the names from the email. And then, okay, so after we remove the anonymous email, the email looks like this. So all my names are gone. We put each sentence on a separate line, and then also Lin's name is gone. Now we can actually do the pre-processing, do the analysis. So we specify those 16 emails to be the training samples, and then the anonymous email that we want to classify. So now we are extracting those n-gram from Lin's email. And one of the contributions of this type of work is that I want to illustrate real-life software tool that can be developed from the academic and that can be eventually transformed to the real world for crime investigation. And our work is not just focused on accuracies like other data mining work. We also want to illustrate the evidence to the investigator so that they can actually use it in the courts. And we don't want to just end up with the results saying that, hey, Lin is the true author. We want to be able to explain why Lin is the true author. So if the crime investigator just want to get a big picture, we can look at the lower sections of the screen. In here we have three curves, and the x-axis in here listing 2,000 features in there, and the y-axis in here is listing the accuracies. So we have three candidates, and the last one in here is Lin. Lin has the highest score. That's why we have highest confidence that Lin is probably the true author of this anonymous email. And then the other two are the one that has lower confidence or lower score. And another thing that we should mention is that there's a big gap between the first winner and the second winner, so we are more confident that Lin is actually the true author. So this will provide big pictures to the crime investigator. But if the crime investigator still wants more details to understand why Lin is the true author, we can look into the upper section of the screen. So in the upper sections, there are three copies of the same email. It's the same email that I have just shown you, but they have different meaning. Right? The left one is what if Lin is the true author, and the middle one is what if Y is the true author, and the right one is what it is a true author. And then we use the color intensity to identify or to illustrate which one has the closest match. So you can see that the left one has the darkest color, so it means it has the closest match. Let's say in some of the phrases even highlighted in black, it means that only Lin would use that phrase. Let's say, be so kind as. So if I click on this, be so kind as, I can retrieve all the email that was written by Lin, which has used that specific phrase. And we are not just based on the contents, we can also extract the parts of speech. Let's say this is the hosted in, this is a passive voice, and the other two authors do not use this passive voice. So this is a tool that we can actually use it in real life. It was originated from our research paper. And then, so let's move on. So in general, we have good accuracies of that approach. If the email are very long, then we have something like 98% of accuracies. But if the email is very short, then we will just significantly dropping the accuracies. We present this type of approach to the crime investigator. But there's a problem. The problem is that, first of all, the previous approach treats all the features have an equal weight, and also it fails to separate the topics from the writing styles. So let's say if I'm interested in data mining, and then if that anonymous email is about data mining, then it is more likely that the software tool will be more likely to classify that email and attribute me to be the author, even though I may not be the true author, but since the topic match my research interest, that will have a bias, have an incorrect bias in there. So we want to have another approach to separate the writing style bias from the topic bias. So let's say I'm writing a journal entry, okay? And the first sentence of that journal entry is, it is a great day, with the 2 exclamation mark. So there are three ways to influence how I choose the word great. Okay, the first way is the topic. Okay, I'm writing a diary entry, I want to start with a positive sentence. That's why I use the word great. So the topic will influence how I choose the vocabulary here. The second factor that influences how I choose the word in here is the local context. Okay, it is a great day. It doesn't make sense to say it is a mouse day, it is a monitor day. There's only limited choices in there. So local context will also affect the choice. And the third factor that will affect how I choose the word great is my personal bias. I like to use the word great. You may want to use the word beautiful. So that's exactly what we want to capture is the personal bias. That is part of the writing styles. And by capturing these writing styles, we can get much better accuracies in terms of the identifying who is a true author. Let's say in this case, we use a movie review database with 62 users. We identify who is the true author of this movie reviewer. And then we can also extend the problem to authorship characterizations. The previous problem assumed that we have some candidate, we have some suspect in mind for that anonymous email. But in crime investigation, in many cases, the crime investigator have no idea who that potential candidates are. They just know this is written by the same person, and they want to, based on the writing styles, to infer the age, gender, and political orientations. So based on the writing styles, we can also make such influence. Another problem we have been working on is called social network alignment. I think there are many students sitting in this room. So you may have 2 different social networks, right? One on Instagram and one on LinkedIn. And for your Instagram, you may have your private life, your true private life, that captured by your Instagram account. And then on the other hand, for the LinkedIn, it's more for the job search, right? You may have a more proper CV for job search purpose. And you do not want your potential employer to browse your private life, right? So some of the people, they intentionally use 2 different profile pictures, 2 different user ID, 2 username, and hope by doing this, right, you will not be linked by these 2 different social network accounts. However, even though you do that, your friends may not do that, right? Your friends, John and Mary, they may be using the same user ID, they may have the same writing style, posting the same post on their 2 different social networks. So by aligning 2 social networks, it's not too difficult to identify that this is actually your account. So this is called social network alignment. Another case that I want to talk about is a search engine for crime investigation. Okay? This is a more serious case. We collaborated with the Quebec police several years ago, and the Quebec police received complaints from 6 female teenagers on the same social network accounts. Okay, basically they start with private message first. That bad guy, that suspect, talk to different teenage girls using private messages, and then from the private conversations, the teenage girls disclose some of the secrets, so-called secrets, to that bad guy. And for that bad guy, they use this as a reason to ask the teenage girls to do some inappropriate stuff in front of the video cam. For example, the bad guy asks the teenage girl to take off their clothes in front of the video cam. If they do not do that, the bad guy will say they will disclose this type of secret to their friends or to their parents. And some of the teenage girls actually follow their instructions and took off their clothes in front of the camera. Once they do it once, the bad guy will keep asking for more videos. If they do not do that, then the bad guy will say, I will post your video on the internet. The good news is that after we received the complaint, the police arrest the bad guy in 3 months. And then that's how our research gets started. Right? So the police confiscate all the machines from that person, and then extract the emails, extract all the chat messages from that laptop and computers. So they found more than 2,000 profiles in there. So it means there are actually more than 2,000 victims indicated on their machines. Since we are collaborating with the Quebec police, so we can only have 25 confirmed cases. And we use those 25 confirmed cases to bring that person to court. And surprisingly, in addition to finding those victims' profile, we also find another 10,000 bank accounts on the same laptop. This is a very typical scenario in crime investigation. You're looking for one thing, you find something else. And so what we want to do is to do a subject-based search engines on a specific machine. We want to know everything about that bad guy, including his social network, who are his friends, where do they go, what do they eat. So we want to know everything. And traditionally, the investigator will start with some keyword, right? So there's thousands of documents sitting in there that we want to extract information. And traditionally, they will start on some keyword, which is not a bad start. But let's say for a drug dealer, right? A drug dealer will never use the word drugs in their conversation. They will never use the word cocaine in their conversations. They will often use the word blue, ice, things, stuff, this type of other types of vocabularies that may not be familiar with the normal people. So, we can still start with the keywords, but the objective of this phase is to extract some initial documents from the document of the suspect. And then what we want to do is we extract those documents, and then we want to learn the vocabularies of that suspect and use his own vocabulary to search against his own document. That will be much more effective than just using a blind search, using a blind keyword search by the investigator. So I'm not going to talk about the details of this method, but at the end we will see the document organized by different criminal topics, let's say sexual harassment, drugs, or other topics. And then we allow the user to browse into this document in a hierarchical structure. And the last topic I want to talk about is called the machine learning for malware analysis. Many of us, we are IT guys, so we are familiar with the process of writing source code in Java or in C++ and then compile the source code into binary code and then ship our binary code to our customer. Right? In the case of malware analysis, in the case of computer virus, we usually do not have access to the source code. We only have access to the binary file, which is in the middle in here. So in order to understand the behavior of a piece of malware, there are usually two approaches. The first approach is called the dynamic approach. The dynamic approach is to run the malware inside of virtual machines and then observe its behavior. Okay? We observe it is making a network connections or trying to read a file or encrypt some files. The problem of the dynamic approach is that there are so many execution paths in the software, in any software. Let's say in Windows software, you can click on file save, that's one path. You can click on file print, that's another path. You can make something bold, that's another path. There's so many execution paths, it's not possible to explore all the possible paths using dynamic approach. So that's the first shortcoming, it's not comprehensive. The second problem of the dynamic approach is that nowadays malware, they are very smart. Okay? They can recognize that you are running me inside a virtual machine, so I will be a good boy. I will not behave maliciously. And then you cannot detect what behavior I have. So we do not take the dynamic approach, instead we take the static approach. The static approach is to take the binary code, disassemble them into assembly code. So the same piece of source code that you saw on the left-hand side, after decoding, after disassembling, it becomes a huge function in assembly code functions. And it takes very tedious process to understand every functions. So based on my bias, okay, non-scientific observations, I usually find that the reverse engineer, they have much less hair than a normal software engineer. As an AI guy, I cannot really help them to reverse engineer their situation on their hair, but what I can do is to make some AI tools to make their life easier. So this is what they do every day. The reverse engineer, this is what they do every day. Okay? They take a piece of assembly code and then convert it into something called control flow graph. Control flow graph. A control flow graph contains a sequence of blocks. This is called basic block. Each block is like a logical segmentation of the code. And by looking at the control flow graph or the CFG, you can kind of get an idea what that program is doing. There's a conditional statement in there, there's a loop in here, so it gives you an overview of the function. Then the reverse engineer will spend 30 minutes, 40 minutes reading this function, then put some comments in there, saying, okay, this is reading a file, or this is opening a network connections. Okay. So what do we do? In our program, Camino, we assume there's a huge repository of assembly code. Okay. And some of them have been commented, some of them are not commented. Our job is that when a new malware comes into our systems, our job is to disassemble this malware into pieces and then see the clone. Okay, let's say we find out, okay, these 10 blocks are actually the same as the 10 blocks we have seen 2 years ago. So why do we need to read again? Just transfer the comments from the repository. So by doing this, we can save a lot of time. We can just focus on the new functionality of each malware instead of reading the same piece of code again and again. And the reverse engineer and the bad guy who create those malware, the malware creators, they do not start from scratch. They usually use existing library. So in practice, you will find many clones among different malware. So this is the actual problem that we are facing. Right? So on the right-hand side, that's the terabytes of assembly code that we have. And we convert it into control flow graph. That's why this is a graph. And on the left-hand side, that represents the function that we are searching. So our goal is that given this function, we want to find all the instances from the right-hand side. We want to retrieve all the clone from the right-hand side. It's a subgraph clone search problem. So how do we do this? I'll just provide a very brief overview. We generally use a technique called locality sensitive hashing. that is given two pieces of text. If they look similar, then we will hash them into the same bucket. So by doing this, we can know that these two blocks in these two graphs, they are actually similar. Again, we understand those two blocks are also similar. And on the right-hand side, the red block is calling the blue block. On the left-hand side, the blue block is called by the red block. So our job is to find this type of circular reference and incrementally expand this circular reference. Then we will find the maximal subgraph clock by doing this approach. I'm just going to show you one screen. It's not it's a demonstration. So this is based on the approach that we have just talked about. We are able to do malware analysis. When I'm clicking on this graph, I'm actually now dynamically analyzing a piece of malware. You can see how efficient we can do it. Right? It's changing on the right hand side. So let me generally give an explanation on what this is happening. So on the right hand side, this is a graph to visualize the behavior of a piece of malware. Okay? So in here, on this circle, there are different dimensions. These different dimensions represent different malicious behavior we can find from this malware. It's called Emotech. In this Emotech, malware is usually targeting the bank to extract the password from the bank user. So you can see that it has different malicious behavior. Let's say it's a debugger. It has an anti-VM machines in there, and then there are different behavior. And the blue line here represents what we can find by using dynamic approach, by using a traditional approach. And we illustrate that by using our static approach, we are also able to extract the same features. Okay. In this example, we missed one. We missed this anti-VM one. But in general, we can pretty much replicate what the dynamic approach can do, and we can actually extract more malicious behavior than the dynamic approach. So let me just conclude my presentations. So for the future trend, I fully agree with Professor Andrew Lim from Stanford University. He mentioned that in the last decade, it was pretty much dominated by the predictive AI. So in the last decade, we are very good at, you give me some samples, we build a model and then make predictions on future instances. For cybersecurity, it's the same. We could use the predictive AI for malware detections, malware analysis and malware detections, and vulnerability detection. We can test vulnerability on systems and match them with the CVE. And we can apply this type of predictive techniques to critical infrastructure predictions and cyber physical systems. But in the next few years, I would say we will be more focusing on generative AI. We would like to use how to use generative AI to have more balanced data. In case we have not enough data, we can use generative AI to cover that. So we will talk about that in the panel, I think, in the next hour or so. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Jamina, for the presentation, and very nice to see you again today. So I have one question. Basically,
thank you very much again, and it's nice to see you here again in Dubai. My name is Amjad Mohammed, Associate Professor here at the University of Dubai. So basically, I have one question related to the first part and the last part of your presentation, where you presented for us your very nice and practical tool for authorship identification. However, how can this tool now work with the generative AI tool that is now very popular and very easy to use for people? So I can go and ask any generative AI to write an email for me, similar to the scan email, then send it on my behalf instead of just writing it myself. So how can your first tool deal with these kinds of challenges?
Yeah, so yes, for the authorship identification, if the user use other techniques like ChatGPT to transform the emails, then before they send it, then we can no longer identify who the true author is. But it is still useful for ordinary tracking, which the author, when they write an email or when they write something, they may not notice that this is being identified, this is being tracked, this is being monitored. So in that case, it is still useful. But you're right. Even without ChatGPT, even before that, if they really want to hide their writing styles, they can simply use Google Translate, right? Translate it to Japanese to Russian, and back to English, and the writing style will be gone anyway. So if someone really want to hide that, it's difficult to hide, to identify the writing styles.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. This lecture was excellent. I just had a question because you talked about the lady. Her name was Lynn. What was her name?
Yeah, Lynn.
Lynn. You see, when you try to train the AI, you need the real Lynn writing, right? Author. And then you can train it. You don't have that already because a new person has sent you something, so you don't know if it's Lynn or not. How do you do it in that sense? Because you always you have to train whatever is available, right? So how do you do it?
You're right. Okay, so in order to use the solution for authorship identification, we have assumptions. You need to have access to some writing samples of that person. Otherwise, there's no way we can do the investigation. That's the assumption. We need about like 30 emails to get started. If it's tweets, we need around maybe 200 tweets from that person in order to do the match. With those training samples, we actually cannot do that. Yeah. But in real life, in all the cases that I've actually handled in practice, most of the people who came to me for help, they are not using authorship identification. What they really want to do is authorship verification. They probably, from other evidence, they know that that is probably the person who sent me that email. Most of the case I received was something like some employer left the company, and the previous employee keeps saying many bad words about that company or to the manager of that company, right? So that is the case, right? So we understand that is probably the author. We just want to verify. We want to find additional evidence to show that that is actually a true author. That's all the case I've received so far around the world. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My first question regarding the first part about the author verification, how we can actually eliminate the domain of the topic. Okay, what type of computation you can apply in order to remove these features? My second question regarding the malware, which one, based on your experience, is better for detecting zero-knowledge malware? Is it dynamic or is it actually the static kind of analysis?
Okay. Yeah. So for the first question, it's about the authorship. So can I repeat the first question again?
Yes, well, how you can actually remove the domain factor.
Okay. Yeah. So for the topic, that's the major problem we want to tackle, right? Because it is possible that we are actually classified based on the topic, not based on the writing styles. So this is what we try to attempt in the second approach. We try to learn the topic and then separate the writing styles from the topic, and only use the personal bias, let's say the vocabulary bias or the syntactic bias. Let's say for Lynn, she often used a passive voice. Then you try to use that type of structures to identify the true author. Not only this, the evaluation method is also very tricky, right? So if you just follow the traditional method to say we put all the email and cover the name and we identify who is the true author, you will probably fall into the same trap that you just mentioned. It will give you an illusion that you have a good accuracy, but in practice you are just classifying by topics. So a better evaluation method is to mix the topics. So and then separate the topics by different authors, and then see if I mix the same author in the same group of topics, we still can do a good accuracy in there. We do have a specific paper targeting that specific problem. That's a really good question. Thank you. And for the malware analysis problem, the method I just mentioned is for malware behavior analysis. It's not for detection. For detection, it's a bit too slow, okay, because it takes time to disassemble it and understand the malware. For understanding a malware, it is better to use a static approach and then use our systems to analyze it rather than using this dynamic approach. But for detection, it's a different problem. For detection, most of the nowadays malware, they are still using signature based, which is we try to extract a piece of signature or unique fingerprints from each malware, and then try to identify that in your computer when you run it. So that's why you need to periodically update your antivirus malware. It's basically just to update that signature. But nowadays malware are very smart, right? They have something called polymorphisms. So when the same virus spread from one machine to another machine, the binary code already look very different. So you can no longer use signature base to identify the malware or to detect the malware. One better way is to use an AI approach. AI based on the behavior of the software to detect those malicious behavior.
Polymorphic is actually for changing the behavior. What about metamorphic, which is actually changing the code? Which one is more serious?
Changing the code will get around the detection of the signature-based approach, but changing the behavior will be even more difficult because on one hand, we expect that malware have that behavior, and then on another machine we have different behavior. So again, I would say the future is to based on AI to have that dynamic detections.
Thank you very much.
Yes. My name is Saeed Abdullah from University of Florida. I'm very happy to hear you speaking, especially because I'm a graduate of McGill University.
Okay.
I'm happy to find you.
Okay.
I want to ask about the potential for misuse of this kind of technologies, especially for detecting the different behaviors of users on social media, their political views or other things about them that they might not want to share or providing them. So does this type of methods have potential for misuse if it's not used by law enforcement but maybe other parties with other objectives?
Yes. So it really depends on who is using it. Right? It's a tool. It can just like a knife. You can use it to make yummy food. You can use it to harm people. So the tool itself is neutral, but if it falls into the wrong hand, then it can be dangerous. So I also recognize this. So I also work on exactly the opposite direction of this approach. Okay, which I also work on how to anonymize writing style. So let's say I want to say something bad about McGill. Okay, I want to say something bad about McGill. And I worry that the principal and McGill will give me trouble. So I would like to anonymize my email, anonymize my post before I make it on the internet. So yes, I do have a way to actually transform my email into a teenage girl writing styles, have many emojis with the same meaning and post it on the web. Yeah, that's doable. Yeah.
Actually, sir, I have one question because my area is security part, belong to India. This question is social network because now time LinkedIn, Facebook, all is there. So in Facebook, some morphing also, like some medicine users use some morphing video. So how we can address this type of problems like security issues?
So you're talking about there's some fake video, right? Using AI to fake the videos. So there are some techniques, there's some AI model, that AI systems to detect this type of video by comparing the background and some of the detailed pixels. I'm not familiar with that, but there are some tools. I'm a technical guy, so technical solution. There's an AI solution for this type of issues. Okay.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm an English teacher here. I just wanted to ask you, your author identification part, how can we apply it to education to check if it's our students are writing our essays? Is it a doable thing?
So the question is about how we can use it for education. Can we apply the authorship method to check whether the student is actually the true author, right, of that essay? So it depends on whether that student is smart enough. Right? if that student, so assuming you have access to the previous sample essay written by the students, right, and then you receive the new essay, you can actually compare the writing styles of the previous essay written by him and compare with this one. But if the student, from day one, they already using ChatGPT, right, then it's difficult to identify these issues. But there are some AI tools, I think there are some AI tools developing to detect ChatGPT writing or generative AI writings. Actually, even by human, we can kind of identify that by ourselves. We can look at the structure of the essay is pretty much like ChatGPT style, and some vocabulary that are often used by ChatGPT. And by looking at these details, you can infer that essay is probably written by AI. But as a teacher, we cannot have evidence, right? We cannot say, hey, we are 100%. This is written by ChatGPT, so I give you a 0 score. We don't have that evidence. At least at our university, we do not prevent people from using ChatGPT, and we do. You can still use it as an assistance to improve the writing, but you need to stay clearly on the essay, saying that I'm using ChatGPT on this. So that's our major policy.
Can I comment on this?
Sure.
Actually, AI is deterministic, it's so random. When you use ChatGPT, it's random writing, deterministic writing. And a human being, when writes something, it's randomly thought. So each time the sentence may change. So it's easy to detect the ChatGPT, other than human being. You can say this is not a human being. So that's the easy part, because this is deterministic. Once it turns into random, it's very difficult to detect.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Nasruddin Mohammed from College of Law. My question is whether you would want to share with us the kind of challenges you face when you transmit your result to courtroom. Yes, to court. Yeah, because we're looking at two things here. I mean, this is a piece of evidence that can be used in criminal matters. So the standard for establishing an offense in criminal cases is beyond reasonable doubt, not a balance of probability. So what kind of challenges do you normally face? Thank you.
So this is an excellent question I receive almost in every time I present these presentations. Yeah, so there are two types of cases, right? One is civil case, one is criminal case. Civil case, we have lower requirements, right? So as long as 51 versus 49, we can still make it as a piece of evidence. So for all the cases that I have handled so far, I am also serving as a consultant on this case. So most of them are civil case. Most of them, like the one I talked about, previous employer left the company. In that case, it's now a criminal act. or some previous partner complaining to previous partner, and then, so it's more like family issues. So those are civil cases, those are applicable. For criminal cases, another bar. So we can only use it as supportive evidence or like using the right term, circumstantial evidence. Okay, so yeah, so we are not using as a main piece of evidence. We are still relying on the IP address, MAC address, those numbers to be more concrete evidence in the court, and this is like supportive. Probably that is the user account written held by that author, so we have other evidence to do that. So this is just based on this is not sufficient. But it can be useful for the intelligence collection phase. Right? So in the crime investigation phase, we are actually not presenting it to the court. That's very useful because sometimes when the crime investigators start working on the case, they have no idea where I should get started. This will give them some directions.
Thank you, Professor Benjamin, for such an engaging presentation. The conference chairs would like to award Professor Benjamin. For a 30-minute coffee break. Please make the most of this time to network and enjoy some refreshments. Welcome everyone back. I hope you enjoyed the break. Our next session will be a complete panel discussion titled AI and Information Security for a Sustainable Future. Let's welcome our esteemed panelists to the stage for an insightful conversation. Our panelists are Mr. Bashar Kilani, Digital Economy Advocate, Professor Benjamin C.M. Font from McGill University, Canada, Khalid Yaqub from Dubai Electronic Security Center, Otko Gini, Senior Solution Architect, Hawaii, Professor Stephen Marshall from University of Strathclyde, UK, and the panel meditator, Professor Waqt Mansour from University of Dubai.
Association. Thank you very much for coming to the International Conference on Signal Processing and Information Security. We have a long session. It's around 1.5 hours. Let's see, I hope that will be very useful to all of you. Actually, the topic of the panel discussion is quite interesting. First, let me introduce the panelists. Start with Mr. Bashar Kilani. I do appreciate if you could just introduce yourself briefly.
My name is Bashar Kilani.
My name is Bashar Kilani. I've been very much involved with the digital economy for many, many years. I've been working at Accenture as a managing director, and before that at IBM as a regional director. A lot of what I've been doing since I graduated is really AI and data from a practical and industrial perspective.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bashar. Professor Ben, if you just introduce yourself, please.
Yeah. So my name is Benjamin Fong. I have already spent an hour to talk about our research. So what you have just heard about is the dark side of my research. I have a bright side of my research that is on privacy protection. So we work on how to do data mining, how to do AI without compromising privacy. We also work on the energy sector. So I think it's the same in UAE. In Canada, we also have something called smart buildings. So basically, smart buildings, there are many sensors in the building. They can track whenever you try to open a door, open a window, adjust the air conditioner. So we have those smart building data. We want to use those occupants' behavior data to reduce the energy usage, which I think is also related to the theme of sustainability in this conference.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Khalid. I'm currently hardware security manager at Dubai Electronic Security Center. Prior to that, I was leading the collaboration with the University of Dubai and other universities in research. And we worked with them in covering the labs such as the wireless communication lab as well as the cyber intelligence lab. Prior to my role in the government, I was in a multinational company for 4 years, but outside of cyber, I was purely data analytics. And then I migrated to the cyber for the past 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Utku, please.
Good morning, everyone. This is Utku Güney. I'm a senior solution architect in Huawei with 18 years of experience in different domains like data, advanced analytics, application development, cybersecurity, and system architecting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Professor Rasha.
Yes, I'm Stephen Marshall. I'm a professor at the University of Strathclyde. My research interest is in hyperspectral imaging and in remote sensing and preparation of algorithms and AI for the extraction of information. I also have an interest in sustainability, and I run some student projects which span the academic years to get students understanding and working on sustainability.
Thank you, Professor. Yeah, and then I just introduce myself. My name is Watik Mansour. I am the Dean of College of Engineering and IT at University of Dubai and the Vice Chair of the International Conference of Signal Processing and Information Security. I think the topic is quite interesting. It is about AI, which is very hot topic, and the information security with respect to sustainable future. You know, this is coinciding with the organization of United Arab Emirates of COP28. So that's why the conference chairs has decided to link this sustainability, which is quite related to the main vision of COP28. Because once we get a sustainable product, a sustainable life, all that will improve our world, Earth, and the planet as well. For AI is quite important topic, as you know that AI took several phases to mature, all up to the level that we are seeing now, which is very intelligent, useful in various aspects. AI has very many types, usually used for detections and also for prediction. Okay, but recently in the last 10 years we got this new type of AI called generative AI. The way I look at it, generative AI is very good to benefit the humanity, but on the other side, from the security side, I found it very, very dangerous. Why? Because the hackers now, they have the generative AI that could impose the hacking system that has the capability of dialogue. So it's not just send some a program to your system and hack it, and once you discover it, you could destroy it. But now this can make dialogue with the victims of it. I think then we'll talk more about the danger of generative AI. Okay, so let me first start with the questions to our panelists. So first, Ben, Professor Ben, Professor Ben, the question is, how can AI technologies be effectively harnessed to enhance information security into today's digital landscape, and what are the potential risks associated with AI in this context?
So, of course, we can use AI in a predictive way. We can use it to identify vulnerability in software systems. For example, we can match the CVE. There's some CVE database, common vulnerability database, that is available on the web, basically listing every possible versions of your operating systems or software, different types of vulnerability, and we can match that vulnerability with the system that you are running, so that we can also use AI technologies to identify vulnerabilities. And if we can identify them and patch them earlier, then we can have a safer system. That's the simplest way. We can also use machine learning to rank the severity of different vulnerability, and that can also address part of the problem. But there's a risk, right? So the risk is that AI also open a channel for attack. It's another vector for attack. For example, if the bad guy, if the hacker try to study that AI system very carefully, then they may be able to find a vulnerability on the AI system. One of the typical examples is the Tesla, right? There's an example that's by simply putting 3 square on the road. If you just put 3 square on the road, you can, some of the university team, they have tried this and able to successfully misguide the car to think that this is the end of the lane. So if you simply put 3 diagonal square on the road, then the Tesla car will find this is the end of the lane and will try to merge to another lane that will misguide to an opposite direction of the traffic. So as long as you study the AI models carefully enough, you can always find a way to track it and then to make a wrong decisions. This is called adversarial machine learning. And there are 2 types of adversarial machine learning. One is called a white box attack, one is called a black box attack. The white box attack is that you assume the adversary, they know everything about the model and try to trick the model to make wrong decisions. The black box approach is that we assume the attacker does not have access to the model, but can only observe the input and output of the model and then do an attack based on that. So adversarial machine learning is a hot topic in the research community, and we are also working on that for the malware and for the malware detections on how to make a more robust AI detection engine for virus.
Okay, thanks. And what do you think about this, the generative AI, where maybe the way I think about it, the hacker will send some, or the attacker will send some generative AI system and put it in the victim's cloud, and then every time it will generate a new code to attack. So based on the response of the victims, maybe they certain code generated, and then the victim will solve it according to the techniques is there, and then this smart system will generate another code and embed it in your system. So are you aware of any research? I know you mentioned this as a future trend, so if you could maybe a little bit elaborate on that.
Yeah, so nowadays systems are very dynamic. They can dynamically generate or change its behavior based on the user's behavior. And another more severe problem is the ransomware. I think many companies are paying attention on the ransomware. And in the dark web, they have a way to motivate people to help them to do ransom attack in their own company. For example, they will this is how they do that. They will when a staff try to do a ransom attack on his own company, right? When a staff is internal staff, they can download a ransomware from the web, and then for every download that they get, is unique. That download captures the ID, or very unique, the unique user ID of the downloader. So that when the staff bring that piece of ransomware, put it on a USB, and bring it back to their own company, plug it on a computer, that will affect the systems, right? Why do they have that special user ID? Because they need to get the commission. This is how it works. They try to buy and incorporate user ID into that piece of malware. When they get any benefit from this ransom attack, then that person who perpetrate that action will get a commission. So this is also
okay. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Ku, I have the question is, can you share some specific examples of how AI has already made a positive impact on information security practices or challenges in the UAE or internationally, maybe because you are from Hawaii, so if you could, give us some examples done or steps done by Hawaii.
Sure. First of all, let me start with the definition of information security. What is information security? Information security is a set of practices which you are trying to protect your sensitive and valuable data from unauthorized access, disruption, or modification, while the data's integrity and availability is still there. So let me tell the story in some other words. As an organization, you will definitely have some data. You have to store this data, and you are also responsible from only authorized users can access and consume this data to create some value and insights. This is the definition of information security. Coming back to your questions, of course, AI-enabled solutions created some significant impact on information security practices and the challenges in our world. For example, if I group them in two categories, cybersecurity and business domain specific use cases, in the cybersecurity, for example, threat detection and mitigation, malware detection and removal, phishing and email protection, user behavior analysis, biometric authentication, and automation of security orchestration are very common use cases. When you come to business domain-specific use cases, for example, risk assessment, detecting fraud detection in financial transactions, compliance reporting, and sensitive data discovery. Those are the widely used examples in business domain. Since the information security itself is a sensitive domain, maybe I cannot disclose exact name of companies or organizations which are using which kind of applications, but I can say that as per my experience in UAE, almost every organization or government entity, they are definitely using traditional cybersecurity measures in their business, and top of the companies and organizations in their domain, nowadays they are increasing their footprint in AI-enabled cybersecurity measures and applications.
Thanks a lot. Mr. Bashar, with COP28 taking place in Dubai this year, and for the one, I think for the research at COP28 is international conference where almost all countries, they will have a representative, sometimes at the level of head of states. And so it's very, very important. And the main aim of COP28 is to, for the governments to take strict measures for controlling the climate change, global warming. So that's why it's very important because I think many head of state will come to Dubai because this is going to be like making decisions at the government levels, because otherwise they cannot control the climate change and global warming. Having said that, so this year the theme of this COP28 is the sustainability. So how can information security initiatives contribute to the broader sensitivity goals and vice versa? Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Wada. It's actually also the year of sustainability in the UAE. So the year of sustainability and COP28. And we cannot emphasize enough the importance of sustainability in everything we do. And I think sustainability will be the new digital. So organizations will really prioritize sustainability the same way they are prioritizing digital, and everything they are doing is going to be digital and sustainable, and they're going to be measuring all the progress that they are doing around it, because it is going to be a huge transformation. And I also think that green is going to be the new gold, because we need to have everything that we do done in a really sustainable way, whether it's our data, our analytics, our AI. And you mentioned a lot the generative AI story. Dubai and the UAE have been taking tremendous steps, first of all, on enabling this technology, because it has tremendous ways of helping improving the sustainable approach. But also, they realize that it's going to be one of the biggest consumers of energy. If we just look at ChatGPT today, version 3.5, version 4 is going to be 1,000 times more computations. And that will require much more compute power. Dubai has actually been one of the first cities in the world to have 100% renewable energy for its data centers with Moro Hub, which is part of DIWA and Digital Dubai. I was involved in that project, and it's quite an impressive initiative to actually provide a digital infrastructure that is renewable and sustainable. Let me go to the second part of your question, Dr. Watha, which is generative AI and security and so on. We need to understand that we are at an inflection point. This is like 1992 with the internet. This is like the iPhone moment. We need to understand today that the relationship between human and machine has fundamentally changed. And the reason for that is that in the past we need to learn the machine's language, which is called programming. Now the machine understands our language. And that's a fundamental change in the way we are communicating and interacting with machines. English is going to be the most common programming language going forward because people will sit there and tell the computer what to do. Today, with ChatGPT 3.5, that large language model has an IQ that is higher than the average human IQ. And it can do a lot of things like passing medical tests, law tests, getting you things. Of course, there's a lot of things on the emotional side and the human interaction side, but we need to understand that the relationship has changed. We are no longer asking machines to do things. Machines are being things for us. So they are being mentors, advisors, sometimes customers, sometimes teachers, sometimes friends, because we are now using natural language to speak and interact with these machines. Children might not realize that they are speaking to a machine or to a person. And in the future, we probably also will have the same thing. And in the same way we have mentor, friend, advisor, this machine can be a thief, a bully, a malester, a very negative profile as well. So we are in a world that is going to completely change and transform. One of the big changes that we are going to witness is the move from graphical user interface, GUI, which is what we've been doing for the last 20 years. We've taken every application and put it on the web. We've taken every application from the web and put it on a mobile phone, and we are now experts in using this graphical user interface. But you will in the future go to your bank and use language user interface, natural user interface. You will speak to your bank, they will recognize your voice, your face, and you will ask, what's the account balance? Can you please transfer from here to there? Tell me how much I spent on grocery. Can you open an investment account for me? And your interaction with your bank, with the government, with the telco, with the utilities company is going to be a natural language interaction. And that's going to be something that's going to happen extremely fast in the next few years, because we are going to live in this world of generative AI, where AI is no longer just giving us productivity gains, as we used to have before. AI is now becoming creative. They are doing things that we thought only the humans can do, like communication, generating text, generating graphics, driving cars. All these generative, creative things are going to be part of what the generative AI component is going to do with us. And that's going to change fundamentally the way we work. If you look at GitHub today, programmers are supposed to be 50 to 60% more efficient, just because they're using generative AI to generate code, to test code, to write code, to transform code, and do things around it. Many organizations now are putting all their knowledge into a large language model, and consultants and experts can actually very easily go to this information, gather it, and come back to it. Imagine today that if you are preparing a proposal for a customer, something that used to take 400 man days only takes 60 man days, because you are reusing data and analytics, and you have the capability to do that much quicker, much faster. I know organizations today are using generative AI to review all their contracts and see where they have flaws, what they can do to get better deals in the future, and they have generative AI negotiate and suggest solutions and so on. So we are going to be in a place where every one of us is going to think of themselves as a digital twin of himself that speaks 6, 7 languages, can program, and is 60, 70% more effective and efficient than what they are today. That's a fundamental shift in almost everything that we are doing.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Professor Marshall, I know that you are an expert in remote sensing. So the question is, what role can AI play in promoting sustainable practices within the context of remote sensing? And if you are aware of some successful stories or use cases. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So we have ever more satellites looking down on the Earth and providing very high resolution images of the whole of the Earth's surface, sometimes several times a day to a resolution of a few meters, and also in a whole range of bands of thermal, infrared, in hyperspectral. So we can use this to tell us what's going wrong in terms of climate change. We can look at coastal erosion, we can look at deforestation, so a whole range of, we can see what the problem is, we can see what's happening, and we can monitor and quantify that. So that's one aspect. But in terms of how we can then use that to improve things, and we use that as a tool combined with AI in order to improve lives. An example I can think of is in precision agriculture, so in the agri-tech market. Currently, most crops that are grown in some parts of the world, huge areas, and generally they require water, fertilizer, pesticide, and generally the position at present is to just max out on that, to work out what is the maximum amount you need and apply that generally over the whole of the area, whether it needs it or not. And with the combination of satellite imaging, drone imaging, and even having images on tractors, sensors on tractors, we can look at the growth of crops and identify spatially where does it require more water, where does it require more fertilizer or more nitrogen, is there an outbreak of disease, is the crop stressed, and have this very localized, efficient way of growing the crops and minimizing the amount of chemicals that we're using, the energy that we use to produce the chemicals, the water, all of these precious materials that we're using, whether it needs it or not, and also pesticides that we're putting into the food chain. So this combination of remote sensing to tell us what's going on, data analytics and AI to analyze that remote sensing data in real time, and then smart robotics through tractors and drones which can respond and close that loop. And that way we can have much more efficient farming and minimize the use of precious materials like water, fertilizer, and minimize the use of pesticides, and kind of to optimize that. And I think that's one of the few areas where we're not just seeing what the problem is, but using that to have a closed loop in trying to improve the way that the methodology by which we do this.
Thanks a lot. I wonder if what happened if the hacker design generative AI that create fake remote sensing, manipulate the remote sensing images, and maybe it will lead to a certain disaster. So
they destroy the crops, or yeah,
exactly, or maybe I think that maybe Ben needs something to look at it as well. Okay, thank you, Professor Marshall. Going back to not going back, I mean, we ask Mr. Khalid, what challenges do you foresee in implementing AI-driven security solutions while ensuring they align with sustainability and, most importantly, ethical considerations.
So if I start off maybe from the security perspective of implementing AI, etc., we look at it from a challenging perspective when it comes to data privacy. I may have mentioned information security already. We ourselves work in information security over the past maybe more than 8 years. Dubai data law was established in 2013. The ISR we published recently in 2014, 2015. There's a new version coming out soon, inshallah. This is deployed at a Dubai entity level scale, where it really focuses on information security as a framework ready for the government to apply, and they conduct their own risk assessments and apply it accordingly. Now that will change with AI coming into the picture. We're releasing a new version soon. We introduce a crowd security policy as well, just to ensure that everything is obtained from an information security regulation perspective. So from a privacy perspective, there's a large concern, but it's solved from a governing perspective. So we come up with these regulations, these audits, certain solutions to help solve this and help maintain this in the future. When it comes to the user end as well, so we look at the user privacy as well. So as an end user, how does it affect them? So you create the user experiences in mind with awareness of security aspects as well. So the end user needs to be really aware of how the system works, how everything in their infrastructure works, etc. Regardless whether they are a technical user or non-technical, so business users as well. You're only as good as your lowest level employee. Could be a janitor, could be your office cleaners, could be anyone. So they have access to your network anyways through their phones. They will have access to your Wi-Fi. And AI works in serious ways where they can reach through different devices, including telephony, etc. So we focus on awareness on the entire level of employment. From another regulatory perspective is that we keep releasing standards based on the trends that are available in the industry, right? So a couple of years ago we launched the IoT standard, we launched the ICS standard, industrial control systems for the environment, and all of that. And maybe in AI, the main challenge people will face is integrating systems. More on the security perspective is how to integrate with legacy systems. So a lot of the corporates still run on legacy, regardless. They are migrating, but that will take a lot of time. Take years of planning and deployment, etc. And integrating with legacy system could be a challenge. So we look at it from the security perspective, it's more of a governing thing that we look at. From implementation perspective, it's shifting them from legacy, which will take time. From a sustainability perspective, I think it was already mentioned about energy. And energy is a big problem. So the LLM modules run on large CPU power, large GPU power actually on CPU. So the GPU computation is high. For them to implement such servers, requires a lot of power consumption, a lot of power consumption. So Monohub has already done the sustainability model. Digital View, what you mentioned here, I'll emphasize on that. They have SolarX as well for sustainability purposes. So they are looking at the sustainability aspect, but AI generally is high in computation, high in GPU power, high in power consumption generally speaking. So we will need to find a way to apply the solution in a sustainable manner. So upon use case based, we will not deploy, essentially study the infrastructure and more before deploy, I would say.
Thank you. You know, there is a new types of AI called responsible AI. And there are a lot of interest by the academia and the industry. So you could find that there are many PhD students now working on responsible AI. Actually, I am also advising on PhD student at Macquarie University, working on responsible AI. Responsible AI means that when we design an AI system, it has to be understandable, and so that when, for example, an autonomous car, when there is an accident happen, the investigator can go to the actual design of the AI system and the autonomous car, and that's why a lot of researchers now working on creating a new methods for how to develop AI system, and then we call it responsible AI system. Because the current AI is not responsible, because it's all like a black box, and it's all based on the training, so that the investigator is very hard for them to actually find out whether there is a bug or a mistake by the designers to be responsible. And this is very highly related to the ethical issues as well. So my question now to Professor Ben. Information security and AI often raise ethical concern. And how do we balance the need of enhanced security with the protected individual privacy and civil liberties?
Yeah. So if you consider the life cycle of data, right? So it's starting from data collection, and then we will store them, and then sometimes we will share the information, we will share the data, we aggregate them, and then we do analysis, data mining, now it's machine learning, and then after we get the results, we share the results, and then at the end, we will archive the data or dispose the data. So that's the data life cycle. Right? So, and if you stick the word privacy preserving before any of these keywords, let's say you can search for privacy preserving data collection, you can search for privacy preserving data sharing, privacy preserving data mining, you will find tons of research paper on this topic. So I would say, and there are also software tools. Some of them have also software tools available on the web. And if you look into those research papers, it's covered very comprehensively many scenarios. I would say for now there's no reason for a company not to use privacy preserving technologies. The only reason that they are not using is just because they don't have the motivation to do it. Because if the government is not making new privacy law like GDPR, then in the private sector they have little motivations to implement those privacy preserving technologies. The technologies are there, so I would say the customer can be the driving force. So next time when you are choosing your phone or choosing different software systems, you may express your concern on privacy. So the companies, let's say for Apple, it's very obvious, they are using privacy as a way to sell their product. It's like this is their signature, so they emphasize privacy is part of their main design factor at the beginning. It's called privacy by design. So people also buy that idea. So if you express that concern, then the private sector will change. I think that's even better power than the government imposing regulations on this direction.
I mean, do you think that, like, maybe if we, they could design an AI that take care of privacy? Is that possible? If you know what I mean.
Yeah, so usually people, when they talk about AI and privacy and data mining and privacy, they will think that, okay, if I have privacy protection, then I will have lower accuracies on the predictions or lower accuracies on the classification. But this may not be the case. So there's a lot of research on privacy preserving machine learning showing that we can still achieve more or less the same level of accuracies without compromising privacy. So the trade-off is very small. So yes, we can still achieve AI, good quality of AI without compromising privacy.
Thanks a lot. I think we'll go to Mr. Bashar. Sorry. Can you provide examples of successful international collaborations or best practices that have effectively addressed both information security and sustainability challenges?
I think we will be looking at a very different world where machine is talking to machines. and they are doing work on behalf of human beings. And let me give you a couple of examples here. You can have an assistant that can plan your trip for you, let's say to London, but you can also ask this assistant to actually execute the whole process. They can go to, let's say, the Emirates website, book the flight, they will go and speak to the hotel, make a phone call, and do the reservations. They can probably also get you a car and plan your activities, but also execute it. We call that general capable AI, which actually allows these machines now to do multiple tasks as a project in one place. We will also see a world where we will redefine complete businesses. So for example, I've seen a project on a TV station that is done completely by AI. So they have a YouTube channel created by AI. They use a large language model to look for news feeds. They take this news, they edit it, they provide it in the way that they think is suitable. They get an AI avatar to actually speak over it in different languages, 6, 7 languages. They have an avatar to present it, and also to interact with the users and so on. So this is a complete TV station with no human interface, and it's sitting on YouTube, and I understand that it's a pilot, and it's already generating something like $6,000 a month just from ads and things like that. So, complete different world. Let's look at software business. I've seen also organizations trying to build a complete software factory. So they have a large language model that actually acts as a designer. What should the software look like? What should it do? There should be maybe a couple of large language models that do programming, another language model that tests, and another one that packages it and markets it and so on. So you have a complete function for software development that's completely automated. So we're going to go into a new world where machine-to-machine interaction is going to be extremely huge. And that is going back to the redefinition of what a job means, what a business means, and what the purpose of our being here is all about. Because let's remember, we're not here to work. We're not on this planet to create jobs and work. We are here to really create a better life for people through healthcare, education, transformation. So what is going to happen in the future, we're going to have to redefine every job, probably every business, and the purpose of what we're doing. What is also going to happen is there will be a lot of concentration of wealth in very small hands of people. In the past, it used to be whoever owned land is the landlord, and people are peasants and they work and get some value out of it. In this age of AI, whoever owns the AI platform is actually going to make the majority of the money, and everybody else is just a peasant or a worker in that factory or on that farm to create the wealth that's coming with it. Another point, and this is very relevant to the security story, is the truth is going to be very difficult to find. Because if you can create the truth and you can talk about it and you can create bots that discuss it and so on, how do you identify the real issue and the real truth? That's all going to be a big story. And we're going to live in a world where superpowers are going to be competing in this AI space, because that's the future. The digital economy is the future. And of course, there will be a lot of good things coming out of AI. I think 2 billion people in this world will probably have better access to healthcare, better access to education, better access to a lot of things that they could not have had access to without AI and generative AI. But there's also a risk of huge competition between the superpowers on the AI stuff, and that's going to have a big impact on everything.
Thank you, Mr. Bashar. Professor Marshall, you know, the conferences, there are thousands of, maybe 10,000 conferences every year. So and one of them is our conference. So, and this conference is usually people from all over the world come together and present their work. So my question is, how can international collaboration and knowledge sharing improve information, technology, and sustainability efforts globally?
Well, if we look at climate change, that is fundamentally global. We have to have a global view and shared data to understand that, because it's obvious that actions that are taken in the first world, in North America and Europe, in the global north, a lot of that impact is happening in the global south. So Pacific Islands, the Antarctic, they're not burning fossil fuels, but they're suffering the consequences of that. And I think we need to have more data and understand the relationships between what we do and what the consequences are. And the question I keep asking myself is, what are we doing wrong now? Because we've made a lot of mistakes in the past. About 10 years ago, I don't know if it happened here, but there was a view in Europe, we had to have diesel vehicles, because diesel vehicles have better fuel efficiency, and therefore you burn less fuel, and therefore you have less emissions. So it was almost impossible to buy a petrol car. You could only buy a diesel car. And then, but nobody thought about nitrous oxide. And then nitrous oxide, suddenly the politicians woke up, oh, there's nitrous oxide, and then diesel cars became public enemy number one. They put the price up, they taxed them, they've got to get rid of them. There was also work around Volkswagen, where the engineers had fiddled the software so that when it plugged in to have the emissions monitored, it went into a very low energy mode and appeared to be very efficient. And eventually that was caught. So in things like, I think we need to understand those relationships. Right now we're being asked in the first world to make a lot of sacrifices and to do a lot of expensive, inconvenient things. And it would be useful to know if they're going to have any effect. Like, is it better to have, right now in Europe, we burn, like in my own home, we burn natural gas. That's how we heat our home, the boilers. Would that be better to use hydrogen? Would that be more efficient in terms of the pollution? Or should we rip that out and put a heat pump, basically put a reverse refrigerator? Now the heat pump's going to use more electricity. There's no point doing that if the electricity is coming from oil and coal-fired power stations. So I think we need to understand more about all of these dynamics, and that needs more data, and that has to be done on a global basis to know what the cause and effects are, so that we can make the right decisions, the right sacrifices that will have some benefit. And if we're making sacrifices that other people in the world are not, if other countries are building more power stations and burning more oil and gas, then maybe what we're doing is irrelevant. Maybe it won't have any difference. And I think we need all of that data, and we're mining that data to get a better understanding, so we make the right decisions and we convince people that the sacrifices that they make will have some benefit somewhere.
Excellent, I think that's what the main purpose of COP28, where all the countries they send the representative even at the heads of state, and that's put more burden on us as researchers to collaborate toward when we design any system, we should put in our mind mainly sustainability, ethical issues, these kind of things, security. Yeah. Okay, I ask Mr. Khalid, please. How do this is now we are going to talk about future trends. So how do you envision the landscape of information security and sustainability evolving in the UAE and globally, definitely given the rapid development in AI technologies.
Yeah, so well, as I mentioned before, maybe I should emphasize a bit more on the importance of such regulations, right? Because that creates the framework for us to work on. So we internally build projects based on these regulations that we publish for the entities. Accordingly, they can create the best practices, work on projects that are AI-based, and help them enhance their way of working in cybersecurity. So that was the main area that we focused on when it comes to regulation, is to create a platform for them to work securely, more or less. And how do we progress with that? How do we take it to the next level? We have to be proactive. We cannot wait for, let's call it, Professor Lenny called it the dark side. We cannot wait for the dark side to go ahead of us. We have to be proactive in the way we publish our regulations, our solutions, our ideas. We have to be ahead of the game. We cannot be reactive. I think we had participated with the team in IEEE, I think it was 2019 or Ras Al Khaimah when it was, where we came up with the theory of wanting a deep fake resolution. So how do you detect fake videos through AI? And that, at the time, wasn't picked up yet in terms of a trend. I kid you not, maybe 3 months later, Facebook and Google announced a competition of $10 million or something of a large amount for someone to create such a solution. This is the proactiveness we need to be in. We need to be really ahead of the game. Else we'll be behind the adversary attacks, they'll be ahead of us, we'll be playing more of a catch-up game rather than being ahead of them. So that's very important from our perspective. From an information security perspective, it's an evolving this whole framework, in the sense that AI made it really accelerate its way of working. So how do we now take it to the next level? How do we find out a way to create a secure framework that governments and others can work on? We came up with our own first of kind publicly available solution for the entire public. Anyone can download the application. It's available on the App Store. It's available on certain browser extensions called Resound. We built it in-house to help people safely browse through the internet. It gives them a suspicious link. You can choose to proceed. You can choose to not proceed to the website itself. And it's built based on AI. So this is us trying to be ahead of the game in terms of developing as well. Now our regulations are updated regularly. We are working on the new IoT version. We are working on the new information security regulation version. We reacted or proactively did the cloud certification in order to, because we saw the trend of people going to the cloud with AI, etc. We decided to create a cloud-related policy. We are working internally on solutions that will help support governments from an AI perspective. So we need to be on board, not block the trend, but securely be on board. That is the key factor. And that's what we tend to do with our organizations, with our government, etc. So that's, in my opinion, the way to do it.
Okay, thanks. Actually, I wanted to mention something about University of Dubai and specifically College of Engineering and IT. Actually, we have a very interesting course. It's called Engineering Innovation and another one called IT Innovation. Actually, this course, we introduced it to the first year, the newcomer to the university. And I think it was, we have actually a very successful stories. Usually me and Professor Hussein teaching this course, and you know, these youth, they came up with a lot of ideas to work, like, you know, innovation, sustainability, and ethics as well. So during this course, we teach them actually the IEEE Code of Ethics. And you know, our conference is technically sponsored by IEEE. So we take this actually very seriously. I think every professional should be aware of the Code of Ethics. And luckily, we as engineers in the ICT sectors, computer scientists, information technologists, information system expert, we have this international organization, IEEE, that set this IEEE Code of Ethics. And I found it very beneficial, so that when the students learn about engineering, or IT or computer science, they will have in their mind innovation, for example, sustainability, code of ethics, so that gradually they get something about that, which is very quite useful. Mr. Utko, sorry, I think same thing. What do you think? How do you envision landscape? What emerging technologies or trends do you believe will have most significant impact on the intersection of AI, information security, and sustainability? So this nice triangle.
In this fast-changing world, well, it's difficult to estimate what's going to happen in the next upcoming years. But in my opinion, for example, one of the most hot topics, ongoing discussion will be around the AI ethics, I think. Because how people to machine and how machine to machine interaction will impact our society is very important. In some cases, for example, like using ChatGPT for increasing your productivity during developing some lines of code is very nice, but in some other applications, in military and police applications, we know that the AI can make a go or no-go decision with some very serious consequences. So that there must be some controlling, some limiting, but also some allowing regulations so that humans can interact with the AI and so on. Second thing is, my colleague also slightly mentioned about it, greener and more eco-friendly hardware and algorithm approaches. Third one is federated learning. In Norway, for example, most of the time we are not developing a new AI model from scratch, but we are using our existing pre-trained models to train the new model. By this way, we are saving lots of data storage, compute power, electric power, time, and such kind of things. This is also helping us to support the greener, eco-friendly part of the discussions. And also, we know that from some other brands and technology companies, they just released some crazy chips which are supporting very fast AI integrations and solutions. And I believe more of them are on the way, and we will see them in the near future. The fourth one is a better integration of AI with blockchain. This will also support a more trusted system. It will really increase the trust in data integrity. And the last one is maybe, it is a little bit more utopic kind of thing. When AI learns how to modify encrypted data, I believe that the data security will step up a significant milestone, let's say.
Great, thank you very much. I think we come up to the final questions or comments, or recommendations actually, by the panelists to the researchers about what can we do regarding the use of AI in shaping sustainable future. So maybe I'll start with Mr. Bashar.
Going back to the fact that sustainable is going to be at the heart of every project that we're doing. We're going to measure our carbon footprint. We're going to be very focused on how we thrive on this. And when we add the word responsible AI, that also includes sustainable AI, because we want to create applications that are going to help us be more engaged with what's going to be around us. I was part of the Dubai advisory board for responsible AI or ethical AI a few years back, and we came up with a number of guidelines for ethical AI. in terms of making sure the data does not have any biases, making sure the algorithms do not have any biases, but above all, making sure we have explainable decisions. So when an AI makes a decision, yes or no, or what kind of diagnostics or something like that, it's explainable and can give you the exact sequences and points that got it to that place. So a doctor or an engineer or a decision maker that's going to use AI to augment his capabilities, not to replace it, to augment it, can rely on the track and the data that is there. And of course, we are adding to this now the fact that there is an element beyond explainability, which is sustainability. How is this responsible AI going to add to the sustainability element? Going back to your point, Dr. Water, on IEEE, IEEE has probably one of the strongest codes on ethical AI. And today also the ISO organization is releasing an ISO standard on ethical AI. And organizations were going to be measuring themselves and getting the ISO accreditation for their AI applications. So if you're a bank or a government or an airline that is using AI, you will have an ISO certification that goes with that, and that's extremely important. One final point on this ethical AI. Artificial intelligence is what we call an omni-technology. It's a technology that goes into every life, every part of our life, every industry. And you cannot regulate an omni-technology. You can regulate the applications. So you can regulate the use case of AI in aviation. Aviation is one of the most regulated industries in the world. They carry around millions of passengers every day, and the rates of accidents are extremely low. So it's one of the good examples of a regulated industry. And the way they will use AI is going to be regulated so that the safety is going to continue to do this. Same with financial services, with medical applications, education, enablement, and so on. So we will focus on having ethical or responsible AI on the use case and not on the technology itself. So that's the key differentiation that we need to talk about, because everybody's saying AI has the capability to do a lot of damage. Of course, a knife has the capability to do a lot of damage. Any technology has the capability of doing a lot of damage. It's how you apply it and how you use it. And this is why the industrial use cases are going to be regulated with these ISO standards and these regulations that go with it, so we don't have bias, we have the right algorithms, we have explainability, we can track things, and we're adding to that the sustainability element.
Yeah, thank you very much. Professor Ben, please.
I fully agree with that. We should restrict the application, not on the fundamental of the AI development. This is very important for data scientists. We don't want restrictions. So when we develop a new innovative model on AI that can be applied on any domain where you can apply, you can put restrictions on different applications. Yeah, so AI, of course, has many different problems, right? So you can, I talk about adversarial problem, we can monitor AI model for a little bit, and then you can always trick it to make wrong decisions, right? So there's a trend on working on more reliable AI to increase the robustness against adversarial machine learning. Also, there's another domain is under the responsible AI domain. It's called fairness. So people are also working on more fair AI systems. With the constitution basically focusing on the minority group. Right? So if you look at the distribution of data, usually those unfair cases, unfair decisions is made on those minority group, on some special smaller populations. So by using generative AI, we can actually address these issues by generating more balanced synthetic data to train the AI model that will partially address that issues. So, and also encourage, I think the question is also about giving advice for company, if you talk about cyber security, so again, pay attention to ransomware, always back up your data. I can give you some little statistics, right? So for ransomware, around, I would say, 20% of the people who receive the ransom attack, they do not pay the ransom and then they lose the data because the data is not important for them. And then another 40% of the people, they actually have the data backup, so that's why they don't pay the ransom. And then another 40% of the organization who have been received ransom attack, they actually pay the ransom. And among the one who pay, only half of them receive the data back. Right? So the best way to protect your system is to back up the data and make sure you do regular checkup and make sure you can actually restore the data. I've seen some companies, they do backup, but they never test whether they can restore it. And then when they actually need to restore the data, the staff who do the backup has the password, has retired 5 years ago, so they cannot actually retrieve the data. So it's not enough to just to back up the data, it's also important to test restoring the data.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I'll agree with you on the backup part and the redundancies and all that, but even I'll agree on the regulation aspect because you don't regulate the development cycle, you regulate the implementation of the solution. That's how regulations work. They don't regulate your SDLC, which is the software development lifecycle, or the hardware development lifecycle. You secure by design and you secure by implementation. So there are two aspects of it. Security by design practices are already widely available online. And the deployment of it is where we recommend as a regulator, and we try to control the cybersecurity layers as well. So that's what we do. From an advice perspective, maybe AI is a trend right now, but AI was discussed, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Wazir, I think in 1960. The first time AI was discussed by a person was in 1960. And it was discussed back then purely as a robotic AI system, where a person is walking as a robot and interacting. So back then it was maybe a less more applicable method, but this is not a new trend, yeah. So it goes way back. We have to be smart with the decisions on where we want to apply AI. Just don't apply AI for the sake of applying AI. I think that's the best advice I can give.
Thank you very much. Usko, please.
I will keep my words short and simple. In Huawei, in our daily business, when we are communicating with the clients, organizations, companies, and so on, most of the time we are ending up at the same situation. They are asking us, hey, provide us some AI solutions. But AI is not something like this. What I'm suggesting to organizations and companies is that maybe you can spare some resources for your employees to do more research on what's AI. I don't mean your employees should dive into those crazy algorithms, codings, and so on, but they can do more researches about how you can or how they can utilize AI solutions and AI support in their daily business so that we can better help them, we can better solve their problems and requirements. This is what I want to suggest.
Thanks a lot. Professor Marshall?
Yes, thanks. Just to build on what Ben said, we need to reduce the dependency on enormous amounts of training data because often enormous amounts of training data isn't available, and if what we were doing up to now isn't very good, then the training data, then the AI won't be very good. And a lot of people at present are locked out of the job market because when you send your resume in for a job, often the first pass is by AI. And if you're unusual in some way, for any reason, if you took a bit longer to get your PhD, or you didn't get your PhD, or gender, ethnic, other categories which are outside of who they normally recruit for that job, then you're locked out. If you're looking for a new Director General of the BBC, you're looking for a white man who went to Oxford or Cambridge, because that's who they've always employed. So you can't rely on the historical data for that. So there has to be a way around that, like Ben said, to make it fair.
Thank you very much. Now I open the floor to the audience to ask questions. Yes, Professor Hassan.
Thank you very much for an interesting discussion. I think I have two questions, one for Khalid and one for Bashar. As you know, Dubai is pioneering things such as, the autonomous taxis, which will be introduced in 2025, but also Dubai is going to introduce the flying taxi in 2025. They're going to experiment with it. And as you know, these are targets for hackers. I'm sure, like many hackers will try to do that. I don't know what preparations, like Dubai electronic security. The second question to Bashar, again, regarding the cars. I remember in the 1970s, people here in the Middle East prefer Japanese cars compared to European cars because of the air conditioning. So when car designed and the AI designed in Germany, is it going to be useful for Dubai, or do we have to modify the AI so that it will be suitable?
Thank you. I think this is a very good question. With AI today comes something called cultural bias. Because we train this car on data that comes from our culture. So there's a nice example, actually between a German car manufacturer and a Japanese car manufacturer. They're training the car to make decisions on the spot, and they're putting ethical dilemmas in front of this computer. And at that time, the computer needs to be trained to take the decision. So imagine you're driving very fast, and suddenly you have to move either left or right because something is happening in the road ahead. And on the left, there is a cyclist with a helmet, and on the right, there is a cyclist without a helmet. What would you train the car to make the decision? We found that the German or the European culture emphasizes safety. So it says, okay, I will go right and I will hit the cyclist with the helmet, because ultimately it probably will reduce any injury or will make it less fatal or something like this. I think they found that the Japanese culture has a very different philosophy. It says this person has been abiding the rules, this person has been taking care of themselves. Why should we penalize them for doing this? So the Japanese car was trained to hit the guy who was not abiding the rules. Whether it causes more injury or not, that was the discussion. So I don't know what's right and what's wrong, but you can see here cultural biases. Sometimes the data, sometimes the decisions are based on some cultural biases that we have. And it will go back to your decision in the future. Will you buy a European car that has this kind of culture in it, or will you buy a Japanese car that has a different set of cultural biases in it?
Maybe the car should be designed to stop at the point where it doesn't know to just stop on the spot. I don't know the correct answer there. But from an autonomous vehicle perspective, and I know the RTA have heavily put a target on that. They've put a target on that for the past maybe 8 years. I believe the first implication was that, or application of it was to deliver Emirates ID. So you don't have to go collect it, or no one delivers to your house. The drone actually lands in your backyard, you collect your Emirates ID. It goes back and heads to other locations, but as you mentioned, sir, the aviation industry is heavily regulated, and they rejected that project entirely from the aviation perspective. For autonomous vehicle, we do have our autonomous vehicle standard in collaboration with the RTA and other authorities. We did come up with a standard again for regulation of the application of autonomous vehicles and how to apply certain factors. A lot of autonomous vehicles have a lot of IoT applications as well. So those security measures also apply there. So we did have a standard published on this for application of autonomous vehicles in collaboration with the Road and Transport Authority.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this great panel discussion. I see this correlation between industry, academia, government, so it's excellent. You know, when we talk about AI, we take decisions, and especially when it touches security, all the decisions should be based on trust and transparency. So where are we standing in terms of explainable AI? We need to interpret the results, how it happened, and so on. So how about the models, the algorithms that are built in this field of explainable AI? Any?
Because I have my PhD Actually, you know, in software engineering, and you hardly find any software system designed on software engineering principles based on methodologies and this. You hardly find any bug or because it's a process. The process is very clear with these software systems. So that if there's any problem in the company, in the bank, if there's some problem, very easy the investigator can go to the code and find out whether there is a problem in the code or not. But with AI, this is not the case. So that's why actually the researchers now generating what's called AI methodologies. Like, you know, it's similar to the, definitely they are taking the methods by the traditional software engineering methodologies and the processes, but by applying the what's called the code that could be explained, that is can be tested according to the software engineering principles. So this is actually the trend now for responsible AI and explainable AI. I hope that I addressed your question.
So, Dr. Claude, if you recall, we worked on AI research together when it came to threat intelligence. When I first joined, I joined your team actually here to work on that. Maybe explainable AI would have worked better than what we were trying to do in forecasting, because that would have justified certain trends that we had in our data, where back then we didn't really have the knowledge enough to look into explainable AI, or it was even non-existent. So it would have helped with threat intelligence, to help in areas where data is consistent in the sense that it can be justifiable. So I think that would have been beneficial back then.
Any other questions, please? We are on time. Alhamdulillah. It's 12:30 now, and we promised you 1.5 hour. Now it's 1 hour. Punctuality. Punctuality is the most important thing. Please, I think now is the time for the lunch. Thank you very much. I'd like to really thank the panel discussion, and I hope the audience has enjoyed this discussion. Thank you very much. Sorry, I forget to just remind you, Professor Hussain, could you please come forward to give the trophies to the panelists? Yeah. Okay. This is kind of award. There is no cash in it, but please, Professor. Thank you very much. Next, bring it forward. Then? Thank you, Professor Ben, for your outstanding contribution as a keynote and panelist. Mr. Khalid. Thank you, Mr. Khalid, for your contribution to the panelists, and thanks to DESK for their regulation toward explainable and responsible AI. Mr. Edku from Hawaii. Thank you, Mr. Edku, for your contribution, and really thanks to Hawaii for their sponsorship and support. Professor Marshall from Glasgow University. Perfect light. Glasgow, is that right? Thank you, Professor Marshall. Actually, Professor Marshall is the visiting professor for the course of engineering. Thank you. And thank you, Professor Kassim. I think now time for lunch. What time do you need to come back? Huh? 1:30?
Thank you to our distinguished panelists. Now it's time for our well-deserved lunch break. We'll resume with more enlightening sessions in the conference room and CIP 102 auditorium. Please note that the gala dinner will be in the conference lobby at 5 p.m. I kindly request to all the speakers for session 1 and 2 to share your presentation with us during the break. Have a pleasant day.
So you can see here, this is a comparison of averaging all the metrics to just give a good idea about how well they're doing. So random sampling was doing the best among all the other techniques with each model. So with this I conclude. So we can see here that we have investigated some of the machine learning algorithm and their performance on imbalanced data set. And the result shows that we confirm that accuracy is not a good measure here, but we can also rely on other metrics. So logistic regression is not a good machine learning to be used in this case as well, based on the results. The other machine learning algorithm, random forest, KNN, seem to do better, and particularly random oversampling was the one that achieved the best. So this is the list of some of the references that I use, and I'm happy to answer any question if you have. Do you have any questions?
First of all, thank you, Shahid, for a wonderful presentation. I have two questions. The first one you mentioned about the unbalanced data. So the data you used without any balancing. So have you tried to balance the data and check the performance comparison between balanced data and unbalanced data?
No, I have not. But what I did here is that I used the machine learning algorithm on that particular data set before doing anything. So then I compared the results after doing the imbalance or balancing versus the non-balanced data set. But the same machine algorithm you mean on another data set that's completely balanced?
Like maybe you'll just take a modified version of the data, like here, maybe.
It would be a good idea. However, I don't think, because we're trying to evaluate here the performance on imbalanced data set particularly. So I think it's different concept compared to what I'm trying to do here. But it might be a good idea to do something like this just to add on and make a better conclusion that this one is performing better. This is what you mean.
Yeah, and the second question talking about at the moment it's doing the binary classification, whether it's genuine or fraud. Whether you have any data sets giving the details about the type of fraud activity like multi-class classification data sets are available?
This is the next step. Actually, it can be as a future work. The current work is on two classification or binary classification, but it's worth mentioning, yes, that this can be investigated on multi-class, and it will be definitely good results to know basically how it is doing. But overall, the concept is that we can conclude, and I think this will be applied on all cases, that understanding is not really well in most of the cases, but I think oversampling a hybrid can do better.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation and nice work. So my question is about the data set that you have used. It looks like the relationship is natural. So if our objective was to identify fraud transactions from non-fraud transactions, it will be natural to have this ratio.
Yes.
So if we modify the data set, then probably we may influence our ability to correctly detect the non-fraud.
True, but here the idea is to teach the machine learning algorithm to learn these things. So we want to make sure that it's learning it properly, just in case that it happens, we will be able to detect it. So I think the teaching part is, maybe it could be considered as a separate part, irrespective of how frequent this happens, but we need to make sure that it really understands it well before we release it to be detecting these kind of things.
Do you think this example is different from identification whether this picture is a cat or a dog rather than this transaction is a fraud and then a fraud? Because it looks like here it's natural to have it balanced example, but it's natural to have it unbalanced example.
Yes, I mentioned that this one is common in most of the applications that require such a thing, and most of the time the fraud is minor compared to the normal. So it's different than the cat and dog. I think it's different in the sense that we can collect more samples in that case, but for this one, it's not really, the whole problem is that we don't have enough samples compared to the normal one. I hope this answers the question. Yeah, thank you. Question?
Thank you for the presentation. Just I have to remark about the unbalancing data. We should better use another metric, kappa. This metric gives you if your data is unbalancing according to the accuracy. Please try to see what kappa is. And usually they're using when the data is unbalanced.
What is that, sorry?
Kappa. Kappa is metric. Kappa. It's usually when we have unbalancing data. And what Dr. Amjad is right, because yes, for example, if we make classification for, let's say, car, house, that's okay. But if we have some disease, we have less, let's say, 1% compared to 99% for normal people. So if you move and make balancing data, you are, you are changing some normal data. So like this, it will be not fair. For, let's say, for disease, we have 1%, and 1 million people, they will get some disease. So if you reimburse, it will be unbalanced for the normal class. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, now thank you, Lina, for a very interesting and presentation. Our next talk, our next presentation is titled IMU-based human activity recognition using machine learning and deep learning models, which will be presented by Saad Al-Harji from Khalifa University.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Saad Al-Khadri. I'm an undergraduate student in Khalifa University, currently doing my bachelor's degree in computer engineering. And I wanted to share with you the work that I did along with two researchers, Aisha Al-Baneji and Kin Poon, from the Emirates ICT Innovation Center. And our paper, titled IMU-Based Human Activity Recognition, using machine learning and deep learning models, aims to explore a IMU-based power framework using different machine learning and deep learning models. So for today, I'll start by going over the aim of the paper before I dissect the proposed IMU-based power framework, which consists of 4 different parts: data acquisition, data pre-processing, model classifications, and lastly, activity classifications. Then I'll go over the results and analysis for the different machine learning and deep learning models used before I conclude the paper, along with the future work that this paper can go into. So the aim of our paper was to explore a human activity recognition framework that utilizes an inertial measurement unit sensor. Human activity recognition is a field of study in which different human movements are classified using AI models based on sensory data. That could be either sensory data like an IMU sensor or even visual data through a camera. In our case, we utilized an IMU sensor, which is composed of an accelerometer, a gyroscope, and a magnetometer. And for this paper, we wanted to explore and compare different machine learning and deep learning models in order to find the best ones suited for this application. Furthermore, we wanted to explore the use of different variations of sensory data. In our paper, we mainly utilized accelerometer and gyroscope data, but we wanted to explore the use of each sensory data separately and then combine them together and then compare the accuracies of those different variations. And lastly, we wanted to look into feature engineering using raw data and compare the use of standardized and non-standardized data when training the different deep learning models. So this is the proposed IMU-R framework, which the first part consists of data acquisition, where the raw accelerometer and gyroscope data is sampled through a microcontroller. From there, all the different sampled motions are pre-processed by applying a sliding window and extracting the features. The extracted features are then used to train machine learning models, while the raw data is used to train the different deep learning models. And then from there, we evaluate the different models through activity classification, and then calculate their accuracies based on how well they can recognize the different activities. For the data acquisition, we used an Arduino Nano 33 BLE Sense, which was used to sample 5 different types of motion: walking on a flat surface, walking up a staircase, walking down a staircase, jumping and falling. The microcontroller comes equipped with an IMU sensor, and we used an open source library in order to access the built-in module and read the sensory data. And as for the sampling rate, the library fixes the sampling rate for the accelerometer and gyroscope at 104 Hertz. Then the Arduino board was encased in a plastic enclosure and placed in the right pocket during sampling. From there, raw accelerometer and gyroscope data were sampled. And then a Python script accessed those data and wrote them into separate CSV files. And for every single type of motions, we created 2 different sets, or 2 different CSV files, a testing set and a training set. The training set was sampled for 96 seconds and produced 11,469 samples, whereas 24 seconds were dedicated to the testing set, which produced 2,856 samples. So all in all, for every type of motions, we sampled for 120 seconds in total. From there, we processed the data, first by applying a sliding window with an overlap of 50% and a size of 3 seconds. In the case of the machine learning models, we extracted the mean and the standard deviation for the accelerometer and the gyroscope from every single window. In the case of the deep learning models, we standardized the raw data by removing the mean and scaling. And then we trained the different deep learning models based on the standardized and the non-standardized data. From there, the features were used in order to train 4 different machine learning models: a decision tree classifier, a support vector classifier, k-nearest neighbors, and Gaussian naive bias. whereas 3 different deep learning models were trained on the raw data, a neural network, a convolutional neural network, and a long short-term memory. To take a closer look at the architecture of the 3 different deep learning models, the neural network is composed of 2 dense layers, a 128 neuron dense layer and a 64 neuron layer. Furthermore, for the activation function used, we use the rectified linear unit. In the case of the convolutional neural network, we had 2 convolutional 1D layer with 64 filters each, which then go into a dropout layer to mitigate the overfitting, and then a max pooling layer to reduce the size of the network. Lastly, for all the output layers, they're comprised of 5 neurons in order to represent each of the 5 different types of motion. So then in order to evaluate the different models after training them, we have them classify the testing sets, which have already been pre-labeled, and then evaluate the accuracy based on how well they can recognize those different movements. And then from there, we also use confusion matrices in order to find and compare the different models to pinpoint the best one. So to go over first the machine learning models, the best performing one was the Gaussian naive bias at 98.6% when using accelerometer and gyroscope data. That's followed by the decision tree classifier, and then k-nearest neighbors and SVC. Another thing about the machine learning models is that using accelerometer data always performed better than gyroscope data, with the exception of SVC, in which both accuracies were equal. However, when you compare the accelerometer and gyroscope data versus the accelerometer data exclusively, it varies from model to model. In the case of the decision tree classifier and the Gaussian naive bias, they did perform better, but the same cannot be said for KNN or SVC. And now moving on to the different deep learning models which were trained on the standardized data. We achieved an accuracy of 99% on the long short-term memory when using both sensors. This is followed by the CNN at 96% and then the neural network at 94%. And just like before, in this case accelerometer data exclusively does perform better than gyroscope. However, using both sensors for the standardized data also performs better for all 3 different types of models. If we look at the raw data, the non-standardized raw data, long short-term memory did perform the best, but this time using only accelerometer data at 93%. Furthermore, when you compare the use of the fused sensory data to the accelerometer, using accelerometer only in this case did perform better. We took a closer look at the confusion matrix of the best performing model, which in this case was the long short-term memory, using the standardized data. And we can see that the error was accounted for with the model wrongly classifying the falling activity with the jumping activity. So to conclude, we found that a long short-term memory model trained on accelerometer and gyroscope data produced the highest accuracy. Furthermore, if we look at the effect of standardization on the accuracies of the model, it's inconclusive for single features. In the case of using the long short-term memory with accelerometer data, it does reduce the accuracy, but in other cases it did increase the accuracy anywhere from 2% to 16%. However, when we compare the use of the 2 sensory data versus the individual sensors, we can see that it does improve the accuracy for deep learning models when they're trained on the standardized data, but not when they're trained on the raw data and not for the machine learning models. Or at least it varies for the machine learning models. So the next step would be to deploy this prediction model onto the microcontroller in the form of AI on the edge. However, in order to do this, you have to consider the restraint, the computational restrictions on the microcontroller. However, given that using accelerometer data only can produce sufficient results, this is possible. Furthermore, sampling the wider range of activities and increasing the sampling size to more people of a wider age group can help increase and broaden the applicability of this work. Now I'm going to open the floor for any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I have 2 questions. First question about falling. You have one class falling, yes?
Yes.
Which kind of falling? It can be back?
It was a forward falling on the landing on the knees and then...
The same. So, also, the second question is about the wings to extract features. You mentioned 3 seconds. But if we do falling, I think it's between 1 second and 1 something. So the other times it will be lying. Yes? So it will be between falling and lying. Why you have less accuracy recognize the class fall. So this is you should mention. You should change each time you change the windowing, starting from 1 second to 3 seconds, because 3 seconds is too much. Yes, it's good for walking or jumping, something like this. But the third question, just make remarks. The third question, use the same data set, yes, for deep learning and machine learning, yes, and you get the better result in deep learning. But I think in deep learning we need more data. What is your?
So this work was a continuation of as I interned at EPTEC this summer. So this was so towards the end of the internship. This was mainly the work on the internship, but expanded upon. My researcher Kimberly suggested the idea of publishing the work. Initially, when I worked on it, it was sampling a data set for the machine learning models only. And then when we were working on the paper, Aisha took the data set that I sampled, and she applied the deep learning part.
I suggest you to use transfer learning. Like this, we don't need to have a huge data set. You just only export your data set and make data augmented, and you can use transfer learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Okay, thank you, Saad, for a very interesting presentation. Our next talk presentation is titled Quadrature Experimental Dynamic Identification with a Comprehensive NAIX Neural Networks. But for that, we will actually have a video presentation.
Hello, everyone. And thank you for joining us today for this presentation. First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tali Khaled, and I am a PhD student at the University of Biskra. My research primarily focuses on the design and control of drones, particularly quadrotors. In our conference paper, I explore a method for identifying quadrotors through experimental dynamic modeling using neural networks. In this video, I will present our approach to accurately identifying quadrotor dynamic models and present the experimental results that validate the effectiveness of this approach. I hope this presentation is informative and engaging for all of you. To begin, let me outline the problem statement associated with quadrotors. Quadrotors are becoming increasingly popular as unmanned aerial vehicles due to their ability to perform many tasks such as hovering, trajectory follows, and many other things. However, quadrotors are originally unstable in open loop and it has complex interactions between their states and an underactuated subsystem, which makes it difficult to apply direct control inputs. Insufficient knowledge about quadrotor characteristics, such as inertial moments and aerodynamic factors, necessitates identifying its dynamic model. In this conference paper, we present a method for experimentally identifying the quadcopter dynamic model based on the NAIX neural network, which offers a dependable and efficient solution for accurately modeling quadrotor dynamics. After presenting the problem statement related to the quadrotor dynamic model, we will now cover a range of important topics, including quadrotor dynamic modeling, with a focus on the target dynamics for identification, and exploration of quadrotor platform components. A deep dive into the NAIX neural network for identification, including its NAIX neural network structure, an overview of our experimental setup, insights into our validation process. Finally, we'll conclude by summarizing our findings. A quadrotor is a type of drone, resembling a small flying robot similar to a helicopter. It is equipped with 4 blades and motors, positioned at the ends of its frame, which enable it to be remotely or autonomously controlled. The body frame of the quadrotor is comprised of 4 arms, arranged in an S-shaped configuration. A quadrotor can move in 6 different ways, encompassing 3 for attitude and 3 for coordination. The movement of a quadcopter is notably complex, primarily due to the complexity between its channels. Consequently, it presents challenges in control due to its nonlinear, underactuated, and multivariable dynamics. In the images below, you can observe the quadrotor used in my experiments, along with the applied forces, and its roll, pitch, and movements. Before starting the identification process, it is important to understand the dynamic equations of the quadrotor. These equations provide a clear understanding of the interactions among the quadrotor's channels, as evident from the equations below. This implies the light system. However, in this study, we assume that we are working with a black box system where we only identify the target primary dynamics, labeled as G2 in the figure below. And we disregard the interactions between the quadrotor channels roll, pitch, yaw, and X, Y, and Z. As you can see in the figures, our quadrotor hardware setup and the global wiring of its components are depicted. An ARX neural network typically consists of layers, which can be feed-forward, recurrent, or combined. The architecture allows for the learning of complex relationships within the system. It is used to model the nonlinearity in quadrotor dynamics. NARX neural networks can handle complex and time-varying systems efficiently, including aerodynamic factors, motor responses, and environmental factors. It is employed to capture the intricate and hidden dynamics of quadrotors. It effectively conveys the idea that this approach is better at creating accurate and adaptable models compared to analytic approaches like ARX.NARX neural network for system identification involves several steps, including data pre-processing, architecture selection, training, and validation. However, like any modeling approach, the NARX neural network has its challenges. These include the need for substantial data for training, addressing overfitting, and ensuring the interpretability of the model's results. In practice, engineers and researchers have successfully applied the NARX neural network for a wide array of applications, including predicting stock market trends, modeling chemical processes. The NARX neural network structure, including the overall structure and neuron connections, is illustrated in this slide, along with the mathematical representations. The figures depict the experimental setup for quadrotor dynamics model identification, including the recorded data in the chart, the PRPS shape, and the quadrotor attitude control loop structure under Cascade PID controllers. Corresponding loggings for the quadrotor's target dynamics are also illustrated. The PRPS signal was added to the angle rate controller C1's output, as shown in the figure. Subsequently, quadrotor signals were recorded during a specialized bench test, and data monitoring was carried out via the serial monitor, as seen in the figure on the right, which displays the quadrotor state data. The blue marks represent input-output data for the attitude dynamics at points 1 and 2, while the red marks indicate the PRPS signal. To model the intricate relationships governing the quadrotor's attitude, a NARX neural network model was employed. This model effectively captures nonlinear and time-delay dependencies, particularly when the quadrotor operates at angles exceeding 20 degrees. Unique NARX neural network architectures were designed and trained for roll, pitch, and yaw rates. In this work, we employ the NARX neural network to identify the dynamic attitude model of our quadrotor across various configurations, as shown in this slide, including: first, ARX feed-forward neural network; second, NARX model with a sigmoid neural network; Third, cascade in the RX neural network. The NARX feed-forward neural network trained model demonstrated exceptional predictive accuracy, achieving a fit of 99.67% on the estimation data and 95.95% on the validation data, as illustrated in the figures. While the trained model of NARX with a sigmoid neural network achieved a fit of 99.26% on the estimation data and 94.73% on the validation data, as illustrated in the figure. Since entrained model of the NARX feed-forward neural network achieved a fit of 99.65% on the estimation data and 98.47% on the validation data, as illustrated in the figure. Our research highlights using the NARX neural network in quad-rotor dynamics modeling. It excels in capturing nonlinear behaviors with good accuracy. The NARX neural networks outperform other neural network architectures. This has broad applications in aerial robotics and autonomous navigation. Future studies will focus on the eye controllers for quad-rotor stability. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so if you have any questions, I guess you can contact our colleague, Dr. Jansen. He's here around, but he's just presenting a different session, so he cannot be at two places at once. Our next talk is titled Plug and Play Enhanced Comprehensive Sensing for Limited Sample PAT Image Reconstruction, which will be presented by Mary John from UAE University.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mary. I'm a PhD student from UAE University. I'm here to present the paper that I have sent to ICSPIS, and it's Plug and Play Enhanced Compressive Sensing for Limited Sample Fat Image Reconstruction. And my advisor is Dr. Imad Darhoumi, just saying his name loud. So I'll be going through the following. First one is photoacoustic tomography, then what is compressive sensing, then how the compressive sensing based fat imaging has been moving forward from sparsity based algorithms to deep learning techniques, then the related works in the plug and play CS-fat imaging, the proposed work that I proposed in the paper, the evaluation metrics that we use for the results, and finally the results. So this is the overall content. Now, talking about photoacoustic tomography, it might be a new name, but all of us have heard about ultrasound imaging. So ultrasound imaging means usually it's to see the babies or for the other organs like kidneys or liver. So that's the first imaging that the doctor prescribed for us. The second one would be an X-ray or an MRI. Or if you have an eyesight problem, you might have looked through the machine to see, I don't know what the name is, it's something like the box on fire. So these are the types of different imaging that we do. But all of them, they don't give us a clear image, deep image. So a new image method which works on light and detects sound back. So it's like the method of LED sending a light to the tissue which causes a heat rise. And this heat rise causes the pressure waves to propagate, and these are then captured by the sensors that surrounds the cell or the body and finally get the image. Now talking about the existing methods, as I mentioned before, we have the X-ray or the MRI, ultrasound or the optical coherence tomography. Now all of them, either they are high cost, for example an MRI, or ultrasound, they have low resolution. For the eye pain, we use optical coherence tomography. Well, it cannot deep penetrate through the tissue. So looking into the disadvantages of all these methods and for the advantages that we look for, we have to move to a technology called as photoacoustic tomography, where a light is used to excite the tissue, and then we have a sensor surrounding the tissue or the body part, and then we get the image. So what's the advantage of that? It allows deep tissue imaging at high contrast, and one of the disadvantages we always fear when we go for an X-ray. We fear, oh my God, if I take an X-ray 5 or 10 times, I'm going to get cancer. But not with this one. This is not ionizing. It is not harmful at all. But it's still under development, so we have to wait maybe for 5 to 10 years for this to come into action. Now, talking about the background of medical imaging, an accurate diagnosis is only possible if we have a good reconstruction algorithm. Now, for getting a proper image, we will have to know the good understanding of the basic physical and mathematical principles. Now, reconstruction of an image is not at all a direct problem. We have to get the sensor data and then do some processing to get the image. So those kinds of problems are called as an inverse problem, and always these are ill-posed. It's not directly, we cannot inverse the sensor data. We will have to work with a lot of algorithms to get the image. Now, compressor sensing. So, compressor sensing, this mainly comes in the area of signal processing. So, what's the advantage or need? Basically, need for compressor sensing in medical imaging. We don't need the whole data that we get from the sensors to get that image. We need only a data which is sampled, but it can go below the microstring. So, that's the basic principle of compressor sensing. We need samples lesser than the microscale. Now, what happens if we use compressor sensing in medical imaging? We can have less amount of data to get a clear image. Now, what happens if we use compressor sensing along with PAT? We use lesser data to get a high contrast image of a deep tissue, and it is very helpful for early diagnosis. Yes, to say the advantage of compressor sensing again, what's the advantage? We need lesser sensors, we need only lesser storage, so it allows for cost reduction. So lesser data means it's a high data transfer rate. Also, the power consumption is less because we are all dealing with less amount of data. Now, not only for the acoustic imaging, it finds application in almost all the types of imaging like MRI, seismic imaging, or even radar imaging. So if you search for compressor sensing, it mainly you can find the application in radar imaging. It's mainly an evolving technique in radar imaging. Now, the advantage of combining or incorporating the compressor sensing and PAT is that high resolution image you can obtain of a tissue at a very high speed, at a lesser cost. Now, moving from compressor sensing PAT algorithms, yeah, it's a kind of old technique, but nobody is going to go and sit and write all the different kinds of algorithms. It's an old thing. So it's moving from the algorithm-based to the deep learning-based. So first of all, they were using CNNs to use the image classification. That's how it started. And then the most evolving method is how we can get an image directly from the sensor data. So for that one, they first did plug-and-play method, which is directly incorporating the deep learning into the algorithms. I will discuss how plug-and-play is included. So that's the main aim of my research, how plug-and-play method can be used to reconstruct a PAT image, also using the compressor sensing method. So we go through the literature work before working on something. So these are some of the literature works regarding PNP in compressor sensing PAT. PNP means plug and play. Like we use a USB. We just replace a step of the algorithm with a denoiser or any of the steps that I will be discussing. So it's just like replace one step of the algorithm with a deep learning like a denoiser. So before doing that, I did some related work, literature review, and you can see the black lines. So they provide improved outcomes, robustness, or clear recovery, convergence. So all of them highlighted the advantages of PNP in algorithms. So what I propose in the paper is two algorithms, RBP-ADMM, where the R stands for relaxed, basis pursue, ADMM, and SBTD is the second one, is split Bregman total variation. So in both of these algorithms, I have used the PNP paradigm to increase the robustness and speed. So why I choose RBP and ADMM? In my previous research works, I have found, like from the existing works, this one, RBP ADMM, can reconstruct an image faster and clearer compared to the existing ones. So I have just picked the two of them and used the PNP. So, as seen in the equation here, this is the major part or the step that's done in the PNP. A soft thresholding term is replaced by a denoising step. Now, what kind of denoising? It can be any off-the-shelf denoiser. So what's the advantage of doing this? Advantage is we are actually reducing one step of the algorithm. Yes, you want to ask? Okay. So what's the advantage of doing this? We are actually reducing the burden of the algorithm such that there is no need for the soft thresholding or the relaxation factor. We don't have to define the parameters. It's just a denoiser. So this is the algorithm. So usually we define the row alpha, R, and Y, and these are the three steps. I think I cannot use the cursor. Well, X, Z, and U are the three iteration steps. And you can see for the Z update, that is Z raised to K plus 1, what happens is instead of the soft thresholding term, I just use a denoiser. And this denoiser can be any off-the-shelf denoiser. So this is the change. Now, the second algorithm, which is the split-Bregman total variation. Now, total variation is the norm of difference of L1 norm. So that one is difficult to calculate, but when we use the split-Bregman formulation, that is split-Bregman TD, it's like a very big equation being split up into 3 or 4 subproblems and we solve them iteratively. Now, in that one also, we have a soft thresholding value or soft thresholding iteration, and that is being replaced by a denoising step. So that's the name for plug and play. Plug and play means we just replace a step of the soft thresholding by a denoiser. So as you can see, there are 3 updates in the algorithm, X, D, and D. So the D update, D raised to K plus 1, is replaced by a denoising step. Now, before showing the results, what are the evaluation metrics that's being used? They are the SSIM. So if you have like 2 images which are highly similar, the SSIM value will be 1. If the 2 images are unlikely or dissimilar, the SSIM value will be 0 or less than that. Now, to say computational complexity, we look for the time, how much time the algorithm takes to reconstruct. Say, mean square error means if you have 2 images which are same, the mean square error will be 0. If they are dissimilar, it will be the higher value. Now, peak signal to noise ratio, all this, we look for the values near to 40. And Gini index, it says about sparsity, because we always need sparsity for faster reconstruction. So Gini index, we always look for values close to 1. And another factor is number of iterations, though not important, but it's also calculated. Now, these are the results with the first algorithm that I said, RBP, ADMM. R is for relaxed, BP is basis pursuit, and ADMM is alternate direction method of multipliers. So, these are the different variants. The left side, you can see the methods. So, the second one is RBP, ADMM with LU. LU means the LU decomposition. So, why that is used? It's used for faster implementation of geometrics. So, if you just use without LU, you see that the time is 28. But if I use the LU decomposition, you can say the first time is 5.74. So it's almost 5 times decrease of time. Well, this is one of the key factors that if you do some code from the internet and you don't get exactly the time as they say. Why? This is something very hidden which I just want to say to the few people here. LU decomposition is a faster way of implementing geometrics. And the second one is DNCNN. So from that, from the third line to the end, those are the PNP denoising ones. So the first I use a DNCNN, which is a denoising CNN, is directly from MATLAB. We can call it the line. And the other 4 are using unit denoiser or unit as a denoiser, then segnet as a denoiser, then hard wavelet as a denoiser, and bilateral filtering. And the second line shows the number of samples. So what I'm going to do is use lesser number of samples and see whether these algorithms can reconstruct an image. So this is, I think the first presentation was that, using, but not similar, but we always want lesser data to reconstruct an image. We want everything to be faster. So I evaluated the algorithm with lesser samples and different kind of denoisers. And it's not clear, but I used pink color, so it's not showing here. The last two ones, with hard wavelet and bilateral, they have the improved performance among all. So we can say that the hard wavelet denoiser is the best one, giving lesser reconstruction time. And also for the second algorithm that was proposed, the best performance is again for the hard wavelet and the bilateral transcript. It's better to see in images. So we can see that the image reconstruction is not good for the 42 number of samples, but until the 50 samples, the image reconstruction is better. So what is the final conclusion? We can reduce the samples much better than the night stream and use the PNT, that is denoisers off the shelf denoiser, in any of the existing algorithm and make it much faster. So don't throw away the algorithms, just use it with PNT denoising and check if they can give you better results rather than going for training the network and finding the output. This is one suggestion. So what I did in the paper is check two algorithms with PNT denoising and different denoisers, and mostly the hard and the bilateral filtering gave good results. And the future work would be to refine the PNP parameters and also how to optimize it better for path image reconstruction. And these are the references which I refer to. Thank you. I hope it's not.
Thank you, Mary. So do we have any questions? Our expert.
Thank you for your presentation. In the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned compressed sensing, yes?
Yes.
But compressed sensing, it's I guess come to Nyquist equation. It's two times frequency, yes?
Yes.
But the problem for compressed sensing is time to recover the image or the signal. And you are speaking to the speed, how we can deal with that? Because compressed sensing takes time to recover the signal. It should take all the iteration and to recover. And like I think it's grading algorithm, yes?
Yes.
Or D or MB.
Yeah, those are actually the older ones. So algorithm idea is like the older idea, and compressive sensing, they take a lot of time. We have something like which we usually don't consider as the system metrics calculation, which adds to the time that you were saying. So that is why this denoisers, which are usually the trained ones, or just, it's like it lessens the time. That's the idea. Main idea, we all want faster ones. This just reduces the time. But this is not the final version. The final version is like move to deep learning. This is a step behind it.
And other things you are using for image medical image, yes?
Yes.
The problem, we should not lose information. And using compressed sensing, sometimes we are losing information.
Yes, that's...
And if we are working in normal image, it's okay. But image, medical image is very important. To one pixel, it's make difference about that. So we should be careful about that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? It seems not. Thank you so much for your interesting and valuable presentation. Our next presentation is on paper titled Advancing a Cascaded Machine Learning Approach for the Accurate Estimation of Antenna Parameters. And it's going to be presented by Dr. Abigail. She's also this session co-chair from University of Dubai. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Subina. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abigail, and I have co-authored this paper with, I am an assistant professor here at the University of Dubai, and I have co-authored this paper with the rest of the faculty, Dr. Rida, Dr. Hussam, and Professor Watek. So our paper is entitled Cascaded Machine Learning Approach for Accurate Estimation of Antenna Parameters. So we're going to first look at the introduction and the significance of these research, some existing works and open challenges, how we calculated the data, how we collected the data, our proposed methodology, our results, and finally our conclusion and the future work. So starting off with the significance of our research, we know that antennas in general, they have a lot of properties. They have a lot of dimensions that can be varied, and each of these variations result in different frequencies, it results in different bandwidth and S11 parameters. So because of the tedious and very time-consuming process, we decided that we wanted to explore how machine learning can actually leverage this and how it can make this better and make it faster, especially because AI yields automation, and we wanted to apply smart automation in the field of antennas. So there is definitely a growing interest in AI-enabled things, not just in the field of antennas, but everywhere, basically. So given that, our scope and objectives is to first generate a suitable data set for our desired application. We also wanted to conduct a thorough experimentation by comparing different machine learning methods into giving us our results. So based on whichever gives us the highest accuracy, this is how we conducted our proposed methodology. And of course, this is the last point in our scope, which is the method that we found works the best for this application. Okay, so having a look at the existing works from both the fields, we found that in terms of the data, antenna parameter estimation actually involves high dimensional data, so there's a lot of parameters that can be varied, and we needed a lot of research, we needed a lot of expertise in order to find out which ones are actually relevant for our application. So for our application, it imposes some constraints in terms of parameter estimation being a consuming and a very tedious process. So given this, we have identified our challenges into creating a database that actually implements some sort of feature selection process and also integrating that into a cascaded model in order to actually leverage the existing features that we already have and to use the output of previous machine learning models into making it much better. Okay, so first of all, I wanted to go through the antenna design that we have. So it is a classical quarter wave monopole antenna, as you can see in the screen right there. So it is a very basic antenna that we wanted to start with because, as I mentioned, this is in the early stages of the research. We wanted to see how relevant machine learning would be in this application. So as you can see right there, we've got the substrate, and then we have the vertical conductor right there. And of course, the substrate has a ground plane as well that is conducting. So each time you vary the length or the size of any of these parameters, your responses would actually naturally vary as well. And we wanted to know the exact values or results that we could get upon varying these parameters without having the need to simulate it in CSD Studio. And this is the whole goal of this research. So for the scope of our work, we are using two substrates, which is the Rogers R4003 and the FR4 substrate, which vary in terms of their parameters, as you can see right there. And we're also using different lengths and different sizes. Okay, so this is an example of our data that we have generated. So as you can see right there, we have four main dimensional features. So we have the property of the substrate as the first feature, the width of the ground plane, the width of the substrate, which is the thickness of it, and then the length of the vertical conductor as well. So given that, we also have our three outputs, which is the S11, the frequency, and the band rate. So the S11 is the graph that you will get. Frequency is the maximum and bandwidth is between that. Okay, so we have generated a total of 769 samples We use 616 of this for training, and 153 we use for testing. All of these were randomly generated for the, randomly picked for the train and the test sets. And they are simulation results from the CSD Microwave Studio, and we exported them automatically into an Excel file using MATLAB. Okay, so as for our proposed methodology, we decided to use supervised learning for this technique. So supervised learning is a branch of machine learning that deals with ground truth labels. So that means that we actually have the ground truth labels for it. And we use specifically regression techniques so that we could get continuous values as a response. So as you can see right here, we first start with our antenna dimensional features, which are the 4 parameters that I talked about in the beginning, which do have their ground truth labels. After that, we first train the model A, and mind you, for all of these 3 models, we actually did a thorough comparison, and what I have displayed right here right now is just the best methods out of everything that we have compared. So it first goes through the model A and then gives us the predicted S11 value. And since we believe that this S11 value can actually leverage and improve the result of the second one, we have then fed this value as a supplementary input along with the antenna dimensional features as well in order to predict the frequency. And then again, these are fed as a supplementary feature with the features for predicting the bandwidth. So we called it a cascaded machine learning model because we're actually feeding back the output of the previous models into the next ones. Okay. So these are the machine learning models that we have explored, different variations of each. So we've got decision trees, linear regression or regression techniques in general, and support vector machines for regression, which we call SVR. All of the training were done using MATLAB Classification Learner app, and it basically gives the variations for the 3 types. So all these are backed with statistical methods and mathematical techniques behind them. As for our performance metrics, we use the root mean square error and the R squared. The reason why we did both is because for the root mean square error, it's actually sensitive to scaling. So if your values, let's say, is between 0 to 1 versus it is between 0 to 100, you could see a lot of difference with the root mean square error. However, it can be good, especially if you're trying to compare models for the same application, because for the same application, it will really show. However, for R squared, this is a type of performance metric that is not sensitive to scaling, so therefore it gives it a sort of similar to a percentage from 0 to 1. So therefore it is a good metric for a generalized approach on how well your model performs. Okay, so now we are going to delve into the results. So we can see right here the different models that we've tested, the different subclasses, the RMSE for the train and the test data, which you can see that they are quite similar and quite close. And we also have the R squared right there. I have highlighted in bold the best method for each of the techniques, which is basically just whatever gives us the highest or the best results. Okay? So this one right here is for the S11. We have this one for the frequency. Okay, so for this we've got flying decision trees as our best method. And lastly, we have the bandwidth, which in this case we have cubic SVM as our best method. So you may notice there in the tables that I showed you about the RMSE being very different across all of them. However, they are quite similar throughout its own application. But if you compare, let's say, the RMSE for the bandwidth versus the frequency, you can see a difference in there, right? So this is because it is scale-based. So as I mentioned earlier. So for a general comparison, you could look at the R squared. Okay, so just to show the direct application of our estimation, we have these graphs. So the red ones is actually our actual values that we are trying to estimate, and the blue ones is the predicted values. I think it's a little bit difficult to see, so I apologize about that. But you can see how they are very close. Okay, so all of the values are particularly very close, aside from a few here and there, but you can see that the approach is quite promising. And the first one is basically for S11, second one for frequency, and we've got bandwidth right here as well. Okay, so you can see that they are quite promising. So yeah, in conclusion, our contributions for this paper include creating a database for the antenna dimensions and parameters. We basically curated and simulated everything on our own. We conducted an extensive evaluation of different regression models and compared them and basically found the top methodology for each category. And we also formulated a cascaded machine learning model with improved results compared to if the models were looked at individually. Okay. Now, for the future work, we plan to actually expand the database because, as I mentioned to you earlier, the current method that we have only looks at 2 different substrates, so we still have a lot to go through. It's also only one type of antenna shape that we are currently considering right now, given that this is in the beginning stages of the research. So there's a lot more antenna shapes that can be considered and a lot more parameters as well if you do decide to use different antenna shapes. And of course, we do need to reconfigure the methodology depending on the new data that we will be generating. So that's it. Thank you for listening, and do you guys have any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Abigail. Do we have any questions?
Thanks, Abigail. How do you know you're not overfitting the model to the data?
Okay, so in terms of that one, we actually performed a 5-fold cross-validation for our data set. So this can be selected when you do the MATLAB classification learner app. So we did 5-fold cross-validation. And aside from that, in our results, we also showed the train, RMSE, and the test as well, and we tend to compare them. So when we see that the test is quite close to the train, then it means that the model is performing as it actually shows with the training results. But also, our data set is actually quite small, so it is less than 1,000, so I believe it can still be improved.
One more question.
So I'm doing similar kind of research where we have data as you have, and it's like a prediction. Yes? So just curious to know what MATLAB tool that you I think you mentioned, just want to know that. What tool, what application in MATLAB that you use?
Okay, so in MATLAB there's actually a lot of really good toolboxes that you could explore depending on your application. So if you're looking at something with continuous values, they have what we call regression learner app, and this is a built-in application within MATLAB. I think 2021 or newer, or I think from 2017, I think they have it. And it's a really great tool to use because you just need to have your Excel data, identify the features, identify the output, and it's mostly like a toolbox that you could use. So I highly suggest this. If you're using a classification, they also have what they call classification learner app. This takes care of discrete labels instead of continuous labels. And for neural networks, they have what they call deep network designer. And Deep Network Designer is really, really good based on my experience. It's actually one of my favorites because you could even variate some of the blocks within a pre-trained model. So you know how pre-trained models are, AlexNet, GoogleNet. Mostly we cannot touch what is inside, but I have experience working with this, and you could actually reduce the overall size of the network with that tool. So it's not very interesting.
But I'm not using the other tool that you mentioned. So hopefully let's do something with that too. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? I have one question. So this was, thank you for presentation, it was really interesting. So this was a prediction. You have a design and you're predicting performance. Would it work the other way around? Because usually we want to optimize, we know the frequency that we want, but we're looking for some novel design. So would it work the other way around?
Like in that case, I think it's experimentation based, but it is very unlikely if you have less features than the actual output that you're trying to find. So for example, in that case, if you give me the frequency and you're trying to find, let's say, the length, the width, the height, I don't think machine learning is going to work, because machine learning is very pattern-based, so they are based on the pattern that they can observe. So the less features you have, the less variations they actually see. So if they see less variations, then the model will not perform as well. So most of the time we do need more features than we have outputs.
Okay, so you mentioned that you want to improve the model by changing the material, the substrate, it could be also the metal. So if you do add the material factor to it, so maybe you would still have features, enough features, but maybe predict or optimize one of the current features to be as an output. Would it work this way?
So you mean that I have the S11 given to me, the frequency, the bandwidth, and one additional feature, and I'm trying to find, let's say, the length.
The length or material, substrate material or something like this.
Actually, you could train it that way. Like you could feed that to the model and then train it to perform that way. I'm not sure though if it would perform well, so we need to check. But it is trainable. Like you could actually do it. It will not give you an error, but I'm just not sure about how the result would be.
Okay, thank you so much. Any more questions? So, Dr. Abigail is also a chair of the session, but our next talk is
Okay. Yeah, I apologize for not attending in advance. I had a class, I had to rush after my class to do the presentation. Anyway, let me introduce the last paper for this session. So we have the paper entitled Exploring 2D Representation and Transfer Learning Techniques to Identify People on Indoor Localization, presented by Dr. Osama Kurdic. I'm not sure if I said it right.
Hello, my name is Dr. Osama. I am honored here to present our research paper titled Exploring 2D Representation and Transfer Learning Technique for People Identification in Indoor Localization. The main thing in this paper is to identify and localize people based new techniques. So this technique is using scologram technique, so the representation on 2D. And also we try to use we export also the pre-trained model, such as Google Net and SqueezeNet. But first, let's see what is the difference between outdoor localization and indoor localization. In indoor area, we utilize the global position system, GPS, to assist us to determine our position or our path, to find our path. This technique is worldwide coverage over the Earth. It uses satellite signal to provide precise location as long as if there is any clear path. However, this technology, it will be useful. It will be not good when we are in indoor position, indoor building or underground. So there is other technology we can export, such as video, Wi-Fi, RFID, camera, ultrasound, and etc. This slide presents various scenario and application where we need high accuracy, including underground environment, multi-floor building, or office. As can highlight application that focus on indoor localization, but we need precise accuracy. Let's say as risks individual in dangerous situation when there is let's say, fire, monitoring and track machine during underground work, and the third thing is identify and locate people in the office. In the next slide, we can see the various technology that can power for indoor localization. So here we have Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, RFID, visible light, LoRa technology, acoustic, and vision. The majority in indoor localization we are using vision based as camera or phone, etc. But the problem, this vision has some limitation. Not all buildings are equipped by camera. Also, we have problem for lighting condition, obstruction and occlusion. Also, the cost. If I need more accurate in different building floor, I need added more camera. But it's like this, it costs me. And one thing is about privacy. All about privacy problem. This is a very big issue for video. As solution, we try to use existing device as Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and we explore the receiving signal strength indication SSI. So using these parameters can help us to identify and locate people. Also, in the same time, we use a real data set to simulate and real change environment. The third things, we try to create unique signature according to the signal sensing. This signature it's changed from one people to another one. Our approach and methodology as normal, we collect data or we use data set, convert the 1D signal to 2D image. Data augmentation when we have few samples. So we train model using transfer learning, we test the model and we deploy our system. But first, according to the related work, we can, in this presentation, I split the interlocalization in two parts, according to the technology and according to the algorithm. For the technology, we have vision based and signal based. For the vision, we have RGB or video camera. We have radar technology, depth as Kinect, or augmented reality. Actually, augmented reality are using, it's the trend of the future, using augmented reality for indoor localization. The second part using algorithm. So we have in the top the classical algorithm like time of arrival, route on trip, triangulation. This is all. Was classical technique, but all they have some accuracy, but actually they are not accurate. The second thing using 2D signal or 1D using machine learning, deep learning, and transfer learning. In our case, we use transfer learning. We will see in detail what is next. So for our overview of the system, we collect the signal RSSI from the office, and we can see here there is one person. According to the Wi-Fi, we can identify a person and make localization. So from each individual or people, we collect this data and we make a training. Our proposed system, it will be like this. So after collecting the RSSI data from the phone, the next step is to convert this data, one signal, to an image. Then we rescale this image according to the model using. We split the data. We load our model. In our case, we use two models, GoogleNet and SqueezeNet. We return our model according to our data. Then we bring a new signal and we test from new user RSI, and we can identify the user. For the dataset, we are using a public dataset. This dataset is from 3 huge buildings, and we ask for the volunteer to have protocol work during the day, and we can collect each time we can collect the data RSI from access point. For the conversion of the signal in the literature, we have many techniques to convert 1D to GD. We have scaling, gram angular phase, scologram, and spectrogram, and other. You can see there is 4 images, and this image is come from one signal. So according to the technique, we can generate different images. In our case, we use scologram. It's continuous wave transform. So here we can see the conversion of the RSI signal using scalogram. We have 3 kinds of pictures. So it's according to the wavelet used. According to the wavelet used, we can see there is 3 different distinct pictures. And like this, we convert this 1D to a new presentation as 2D. This is the formula for the continuous wavelet transform. We can see also here an example of conversion. There is two sensing data from left and right, and we can see the image is changed from one signal to another signal. So we do the same thing for all our data set and for all users. So let's say for this example we have 4 users. Each one have his own signature. And we can see for the first one is not like this. When we train on the model, he can recognize each person. For the transfer learning, the idea is using a pre-trained model for using data set, the first data one, and it was pre-trained. Let's say as GoogleNet have 1 million picture, and as a prediction our class we have 1,000 class. We take advantage of that, our knowledge of the transfer, and we added our own data and our class, the output of class, and we retrain this model. As I said, in our case, we use two models, two pre-trained models. We have SqueezeNet and GoogleNet. For the both look the same, but there is some difference. The number of parameters, GoogleNet are more parameters than SqueezeNet, and also the input size. The input size is not the same, and the depth of the depth between the two models. As a result, we have here we have 2 results. For accuracy performance identification, GoogleNet gives us 90%, at least 90% accuracy. Comparing to SqueezeNet, it gives us 86. It's normal because there is less parameter comparing to GoogleNet. For the accuracy performance localization, we use the same. We train model for different image, more scalable different image, and we get performance accuracy 96. And we have other metrics for accuracy, recall, precision, and F1. During this paper, we explored the real dataset with various change conditions. Also, we use new technique conversion scalogram. I make mistake, sorry. And according to our knowledge, there is no paper working in this technique. Yes, they work in healthcare, something like this, but in indoor localization, there is no paper like this. And also, two different architectures are tested in our approach, GoogleNet and SqueezeNet. For perspective, we try to integrate generative AI to indoor localization for more complex use, exploit other datasets for generalize our system. Also, we try to exploit another technique for conversion 1D signal to 2D, and test other model. And thank you for your thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asama, for the wonderful presentation. Do we have any questions from the audience?
cablegram method is used for converting from 1B to 2B? Is it application specific or is it a general method for conversion?
It's a method because we have signal. If we can see just here, yes, let's say this one. If you can see the first side, the first signal is 1B. There is not that the same signal is look the same. So if I put in machine learning, it will be not recognized. But if I change the representation of my signal, it look, let's say this one, there is a machine learning can distinguish between two peoples. So there is two signature, different signatures. If we, let's say, if we give this first for the machine learning, it will not recognize, but for the image, it will be recognized better, easier.
Okay, and one final question, which is related to the image again. I think saving the image in different format matters, like saving in JPG or saving in PNG. It's a lot of information loss. So is saving in PNG a better format or JPG?
Actually, to be honest, I haven't tested that, but I will you give me idea. So next time I will, for me, I save it the JPG. I will change another extension and I will see what is the difference. It should be changed according to your knowledge.
Okay, just asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Could you move forward a couple of slides until we see the people? There's one with you have a person, and then you have that one. Is the representation on the left related to the characteristics of that individual,
yes,
or related to their motion, or a combination of the two?
Let's say for the third person, the protocol is to ask him to move to walk or in the building, and we correct. So it's according to the motion of people. It's changed from one to one. Let's say if they have old person or young person, his moving is not the same. So the collect of the other side will be not the same. So it will be as signature for any individual. It's changed from one individual to another one.
Alright, so that could have a value in forensic science, for instance, if someone is on a video and they've committed a crime, that you might be able to identify a person from this, or...
Yes, the idea of this paper is to identify people. Let's say I have in the high security building, if I have any new one person, is not authorized to enter, so I can detect him. Because I'm provided, I have their signature during the day. I know they go for their office, coffee break, something like this, so I know him, so I can identify. If there is someone come new, is not in my data set, it will be mentioned as, no, I have an intuition in my company or something like this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the rest of our audience? Yes.
I have a quick question. Have you performed any comparison with regard to the related work?
Yes, actually this is the benchmark. Before it was the benchmark for our to see if our hologram techniques work in indoor localization. Then we improve our system, and it's already distributed for journal paper, and we take some comparison, and we are in the first position according to my comparison.
Thank you. Any more questions? None? Okay, so if there aren't any more questions, I think it's time for us to go for the coffee break. We have a 30-minute coffee break, and we'll be back here for session 4 at 4 p.m. Okay, thank you, everyone.
All right, good afternoon everyone, and thank you for being here at the conference. So we're going to start session number 3. So in this session we have 6 presentations. The first one is a video, so I'll push it till the last. We'll start with the first presentation, and a simple base classification systems will be presented by Abdurrahman al-Sheikh Mubarak.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everyone. Abdurrahman Mubarak, I'm Professor Assistant at King Faisal University. I'm really glad to be here with you all. I think the venue itself, the place itself, has a significant impact on all of us. Using sustainability is a big theme here in UAE and in the Gulf area, and I think I would say to extend it to the whole of the world. So my talk today is going to be about a major fraud known here. It's called dates. We have suggested a novel system that uses support vector machine with radial-based function, bagging it with an ensemble approach that could increase the accuracy of the system and also ensure the efficiency of the system. So I will cover today the significance of PAM 3. It's not only a tree, it's a symbol of many nations in the region. The problem statement, the proposed solution, system architecture, model performance, and conclusion and future work. I have already started some talks with Dr. Khatib, inshallah, new and future work that could be funded by the Saudi agency, inshallah, and the UAE agency, inshallah. So using AI is not now devoted for a specific sector. It's not only for education, or agriculture, or healthcare. Many countries in the region has an ambition for it. In the AI era, I would say. So they have designed an ambition vision that will be among the 20 countries in the top using AI. I think the UAE has the same interest and has designated a special ministry for AI. So there are more than 200 varieties of palm trees. Saudi Arabia has more than 25 million of palm trees. Currently, the distinguish between these different varieties are done manually. So we have proposed a system that could be, could automate this process. Several studies have been trying to solve this problem. We have used some public data sets. That is, I'm going to talk about it in this slide. So the proposed system is radial-based function with support vector machine. So it's against the mainstream theme that's going deep with the neural network architecture. I'm going with the shadow architecture, but using an ensemble approach. So the data set itself, it has almost 900 samples, 900 images for 7 different types. The feature representation, we have selected 34 features that are going to fit to the support vector machine. So, as I just mentioned, the classification approaches support virtual machine. So this is the system architecture. We have taken the training data set, we have split it to different sets, different collection using ES, resampling approach. And then from each one of these data sets, a specific support virtual machine classifier that using RBF has been trained on each one of these different sets. And then a majority voting was conducted at the end of this process to get the final prediction. So what are the advantages of such architecture? It gains a better performance. It has less parameters. It trains faster than traditional neural networks. And here is the system performance. So our work on the left, as you can see, it provides superior performance for all the different systems that are being reported in the literature. Future work, we should try to increase the data set. We should also try different kind of images, different kind of maybe camera to get these images. Also trying maybe another approach. I would think as long as the data set is limited, I think we could keep using shadow architecture. Thank you for your time. If anyone has any question, you're welcome. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Abdurrahman, for the presentation. Do we have any questions from the audience?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. I'm sorry for my English. Maybe I not understand all.
We have the same issue. Don't worry. Sorry.
Okay. As I understand, your task is classification of palm tree images.
Yeah, the approach itself is called dates. Dates has a variety of differences. Even from a native guy, it's difficult to distinguish between them. So we have taken a collection of images of these foods, so we could automate the whole process using robotics, so we could reduce the cost and go advanced in the AI agriculture theme. Is that your question?
It's not a question. Now I wanted to ask two questions. First, how many classes of images do you have? And second, what algorithm for feature extraction do you use? As I understand, you using support vector machine ensemble, and this is on the stage of classification. But what features does enter to the inputs of SVM models? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So as you have just mentioned, the classification stage is done by support virtual machine in an ensemble approach. But the feature extraction we are fitting to the support virtual machine 34 features that include shapes, colors, and other. You could see the paper, but the main idea is shape, color, and texture.
Yeah. As I understand you correct, you use the initial features of image of raw image.
Not the raw image itself, but we are extracting 34 features that is focusing on color and shape and
using some not using neural networks, but using some algorithms that I don't know how to say. I understand.
Okay, so probably because of the time constraints, we have to move on. So if you have more questions, feel free to contact Rahman later.
I will be happy to do so.
All right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Probably you have questions so probably after the presentation. Yes. Okay, so we'll move on to the second presentation. We will be titled Emirati Sign Language Recognition using YOLO V5. That will be presented by Saeed Abdullah.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Saeed Abdullah. I'm Associate Professor in Electrical Engineering at the University of Sharjah. And so today my talk is about Emirati Sign Language Recognition using deep learning. So basically this is a project that has been done with undergraduate students. This is the result of their graduation project. And the students are Asma Jassim, Isra Al-Awdi, and Wa'ad Al-Jannahi. They work under my supervision. So as you know, millions of people have speech disabilities or hearing impairments, and they cannot use speech to express themselves or communicate. And as a result, these people, their main area of communication is sign language. And there are many hundreds of sign languages around the world. So there's no unified sign language. And there is definitely a gap of communication between those who use sign language and those who are not familiar with sign language or those who don't know how to use it. So it's definitely important to be able to bridge this gap. And there's been lots of effort trying to create systems that will recognize the sign language and translate this information to those who don't understand it. So some approaches historically used things like sensors and gloves to track the motion of the hand and recognize the gestures. But more recently, the approach has been to use deep learning and computer vision in order to recognize hand gestures and the corresponding sign language expressions and translate them to the audience or the other person who's communicating. And there has been quite a good amount of work on this. However, none of the work has considered Emirati Sign Language. Actually, each sign language is different, and specifically Emirati Sign Language has lots of dynamic gestures. So dynamic gestures that don't involve just static hand motion, but several hand motions representing just one expression. So in this case, we decided to take this challenge and design a system that will recognize Emirati sign language accurately. So in our system, we decided to focus on, for a proof of concept, on 9 expressions for start. Among them 6 that were dynamic and 3 that were static. So for the dynamic, we considered Assalamu alaikum, Kayf al-hal, how are you, Alhamdulillah, Ana Asif, I'm sorry, Ana Sa'id, I'm happy, Ana Hazin, I'm sad. And for static, Shukran, thank you, Mabruk, congratulations, and Law Samaht, or if you please. And so basically what we did is we designed a system with hardware and software that will be able to use images from a camera in real time to output accurately the sign language expression. So from the hardware side, the system consists of LCD screen, Raspberry Pi as the brain of the system, Coral accelerator to improve the performance of the Raspberry Pi, a camera as well as a power bank. And from the software side, of course, we have to build a database and train it. Okay, and of course, to have the algorithm running in the Raspberry Pi. In terms of the algorithm, it's a simple algorithm. So once the camera is on, we detect hand gestures. And in order to deal with dynamic hand gestures, we have short delay before we output the expression. In this delay, we check if there is another gesture detected, because we treat the dynamic as a combination of multiple gestures. So whenever 2 consecutive gestures are detected with a short amount of delay, this is considered dynamic and this is output. If there is no change in the gesture, then it's static and we output the expression. So this is how the algorithm works. Coming to the data set, so we built the data set using videos, and then of course they were sampled into images. So we used 900 videos, or in other words 75 videos for each class. And from these videos we extract 7,282 images. Okay? And these images were all annotated and labeled, and then they were used to train our system. Of course, this is a laborious, a long process collecting all these images, and we made sure that we collect images from multiple individuals, different genders, different skin tones, different ages, in order to remove any bias in our data set. Also, different lighting conditions in the background as well. So once we built this data set, we used it to train YOLO version 5, and we used image sizes of 640 by 640, and in the training, of course, we divided into training and testing and validation, so 70% for training, 20% for testing, and 10% for validation. We used 170 epochs of YOLO. YOLO is, I'm sure many of you are familiar with it, you only look once. It's a very popular tool for using deep learning and computer vision, and it's a very powerful tool of object detection. And we achieved very good accuracy with this training. And this is our confusion matrix. So I'm not sure if the values are clear. Some values, most of the values are around above 95%, but some of them are slightly lower, like 74 and 79%. However, these are for the segments of a dynamic gesture. However, once we combine the two segments of a dynamic gesture, we get back to 99 and 98%. So again, dynamic gestures, some of them were divided into two classes, and once these two classes are detected in sequence, then we decide on the dynamic gesture. For example, we have like Ana Hazin, Ana Sa'id, like we detected separately the Ana and then the Hazin, and then whenever we see them in sequence, then we detect that expression. We deployed the model, actually we deployed over two platforms. We deployed on laptop as well as on Raspberry Pi. Our concern with Raspberry Pi is that this model has sizable memory requirements after you train it. There's lots of parameters resulting from the training. So we noticed that the Raspberry Pi was a bit slow in the recognition, actually taking around 45 seconds. So we tested on laptop, actually it was much shorter time, about maybe 0.5 to 1 second, so that's real time. But we didn't stop at that. We used an accelerator for the Raspberry Pi, and with the accelerator we brought the time down to about 15 seconds for the Raspberry Pi. And we were able to achieve very high accuracy for the selected expressions, about above 99%. So this is the overall accuracy. And here I just want to show a short video. Wait. Of the system. These are with other individuals, different expressions. And so, of course, for future improvements, so we had a small set of expressions, but we can see that the method is very capable, and we can expand hundreds of expressions to make it really something that's a viable and useful tool. But also the hardware used remains a concern. We want to make sure that we can use something that is efficient to maintain real-time implementation. Also, we can consider adding, audio that would enrich the experience as well for the listener. So, thank you for listening, and
all right, thank you, Sayyid Abdullah. So, do we have any questions from the audience? Okay.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. My first question is, are you classifying frames or videos?
so no, we're classifying frames.
Frames?
Yeah.
So why not videos? Because most of these are dynamics. So taking the temporal part would increase the accuracy. Because if you consider the motion, because I did something similar with emotions, right? So taking the temporal part, so even the frames themselves, after extracting the features, you can classify them or training them in a temporal network.
Using something like LSTM.
Exactly, okay, exactly, or 1D convolution or whatever. Or transformers, there is a way also to use it. So it will be more effective.
I'm aware of
because here you are saying it's half a second, right? But if you are classifying a video, or the whole 1 second, or a video of 2 seconds, and remove some frames in between, so it's going to be better.
Maybe we can discuss more about how to apply that.
Sure. Okay.
Interested to explore this approach. We might not benefit from the accuracy, but we might benefit from the reducing.
Yeah, but it will work even better. Also, why you are focusing on such a hardware, not on something like mobile phone?
That's also a possibility. I mean, that's basically, some of it is related to the students' preferences in their graduation project. We are electrical engineering department, not computer engineering, so, but still, we managed to, yes. But by the way, so using Raspberry Pi, there's lots of degrees of freedom that we have, that we don't have in developing an app. Yeah. The first goal of the students is to get the project working. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, thank you. So we have room for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Said, for a nice presentation. I have 2 questions. The first one, you mentioned about you used a YOLO V5. At the moment, we have a YOLO 7 and 8. Have you got any chance to compare the performance with the new model? That's the first question.
I will definitely not ask the students to repeat the project using YOLO version.
And
but definitely, yes, I anticipate this will reduce even more the time, the latency, which is a major concern in our project.
And the second one is when you mentioned about the training, approximately 10 symbols. So how many samples do you use? It's like a mix of samples from different category of people or same person's different samples.
So yes, it's a mixture from different people across different ages and genders, and even different lighting conditions. So basically, we collected videos and we sampled these videos and then
so to the video they converted it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I believe we can move on to the next presentation. It will be experimental benchmarking of quantum machine learning classifiers that will be presented by Muhammad Ali and Salma Fatah.
Welcome everyone. My name is Salma Fatah, and our project titled Experimental Benchmarking in Quantum Machine Learning ICSPIS. This work is done by myself, my colleague Mohammed, Omnia, Professor Qasim, and Dr. Manaf. So in the party outline, we discussed the quantum machine learning and why our interest in benchmarking. We will also highlight some of the literature work and why our work is different. Then we will discuss our proposed methodology, and then we'll discuss our data. And lastly, we'll discuss conclude our work and talk about limitation and future work. So for quantum machine learning, it's a rising field due to the law of quantum mechanics, by utilizing it to solve complex problems that cannot be solved by classical computers, such as the prime factorization problem. It does it by processing data from subatomic level through quantum bits, qubits, which is in superposition state, meaning it's both 1 and 0 until measured. And also one of the advantages of quantum computing is that the qubits themselves are entangled, meaning that the data can be processed and make the task in parallel. Due to that, there was a utilization in quantum machine learning through the utilization of quantum computational power to enhance the classical algorithms through the exponential speed up and processing the data. So for that to happen, we first the classical data needs to be converted to quantum states. And through that, we pass it through an STAS, a parameterized quantum circuit, and then we apply optimizers and quantum kernels. So in our experiment, we benchmarked basically 4 quantum classifiers, compare them to a classical algorithm, and we tested them using 3 datasets. So some of the highlighted works is Kumar et al., which used 2 QSVC, the variation and the kernel base, and they found the quantum speed up using the kernel base. And Gupta et al., which compared deep learning with the VQC, which showcased precision and robustness. So our work is different. We showed the following novelties by expanding our comparison into 4 different algorithms. We also made sure to test different levels of PQC in the pre-processing stage. And lastly, we explored multiple combinations of optimizers, feature map and STAS, and quantum kernel. So our methodology, as you can see, those are our used classifiers. We use the quantum supported classifier, variation quantum classifier, neural network classifier, Pegasus quantum supported machine, and for our classical we use SVM. Now all of our experiment was done locally in the Qiskit framework using a Python-based simulator. So our datasets, we use the breast cancer dataset, which has 32 features, 569 entries. Diabetes datasets, which has 9 features, 768 entries, and the Titanic dataset, which has 8 features, 891 entries. And during our pre-processes, first we analyzed our datasets, which we removed any unnecessary features, and then through the pre-processing, the data was passed in through normalization and standardization, and we also applied PCA for dimensionality reduction. So our data encoding, as you can see here, this is basically the quantum circuit. So we applied for all of them feature map, and we had Z feature map, CZ feature map, which uses entitlement, and poly feature map, which has combinations. We also used for VQC and QNN and STAS, which has 2 types, and optimizers, which has 6 types. And for QSVC and Pegasus QSVC, we used 2 types of kernels.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mohammed Khan, and here I will present the classifiers for the compilation and the tests. We have conducted 72 unique combinations of tests for each dataset, resulting in over 200 tests have done. Okay, for our combinations, we have mainly 4 components: the classifier and optimizers, feature maps, and ANSADs. ANSADs or kernel. ANSADs for VPC and NC were the kernel for QSVC and Pegasus QSVC. Okay, and also we have recorded all the tests, 216 tests, we have recorded them based on the optimizers. Okay. For the optimal quantum configuration, we have here these are the configuration of the optimal configuration we have used. Based on the optimal results we have, based on the training time, or the execution time, I can say it, and the accuracy. Okay, we have focused on two main branches of parameters. The maximum iteration parameter, which is an optimizer's parameter, the default value differ from one optimizer to the other. So we have increased and decreased them to see the effect on the training time and accuracy, and I will show them later in the result section, in the accuracy section. Okay, and the other one is integrament parameter, and actually it's a parameter for feature map and answer, but the problem that the feature map will be for the ZZ feature map and poly feature map. Z feature map is very simple, doesn't have any integrament, just only two gates, the Hadamard gates and rotation gates. So we have used the integrament. It could be full linear, reverse linear, and each one of them has its unique configuration. Okay, now this is for the optimal accuracy that we have. We have tested, we have figured that the accuracy has the highest, or achieves the highest precision among all the three data sets, and even compared to the SVC. While the SVC, it's a classical algorithm we have used, and clearly outperforms both the performance and the quantum or the training time, execution time. Okay, we then calculate the average to see if there is any certain pattern we can get from the data. So we have figured that AQC and QNC, QSDC more balance on the average of accuracy and the average of precision, while Pegasus is the optimal choice to get the highest accuracy and precision report and different score. But still, SVC outperforms quantum classifiers in both performance and training time, and this is obviously because we are using a Python-based simulators. So it's really slow and can't say it's a quantum, really quantum, because it's a simulator environment, simulation environment. And for the accuracy, we have realized that there is a certain factor that affects the accuracy. The two major factors that affect the accuracy is data preprocessing, and we know that it's a really important step in the training to train our models and feature engineering course. And we have found that Adam and DFGSE and SQB quantum classifiers achieve the highest accuracy. Not only the highest accuracy, but also a stable one, means it fits in a certain range. And also when tested on different feature maps and different answers combination, we have gotten abnormal results. But this is the least one that we have, because the others was very different. Okay, for the training time, there are some common factors like optimizers. Adam, for example, took many testing or many tests. We got 8 hours to finish one test, and some of the models got me 12 hours actually. The AQGD took from between 1 and 2 hours, while like LBFGSP took only a couple of minutes, and some tests got only a couple of seconds. Okay, for the Z feature map, it's really important for the training time because it's the simplest one. It doesn't have an integrament circuit that slow the operation or the process and make it faster and stable. Well, the two local answers, actually, in all the results, or most of them, we got abnormal results. Some of them reached under 30%. And for the maximum iteration, it doesn't affect the train time that much like the optimizers, but increasing or decreasing the default value really affect the train time slightly. Okay, now the ECA, and this is an important topic we have focused on because now we are working in a simulator environment, so we have to decrease or to be more accurate to dimension or reduct the dimension reduction. Basically, we used on all the tests the two dimensions, and we have got four optimal results. We have tested if it's 5, is it will affect the accuracy and training time or not, and we found that the accuracy didn't affect that much, still in a certain range, but the training time was affected really, but okay. I'll change this. And purpose actually. Because here, if we focus here, we use the ELBO method where we see the relation between the components, which is the dimension and the variance, the explained variance. So when the grammatical was suddenly change the flow, so we know that it is the optimal PCA or dimensions. And for the conclusion, we know that quantum computing is offered to the superior computation power because of improve the complexity or time complexity. And the experimental result that Pegasus PSVC had the highest overall performance, PSVC had the shortest time, and the classical model still outperforms the quantum machine learning by up to 10%. Our limitations was that we have used Python-based quantum simulators, not really real quantum computer because it's really hard to get it on. Okay, and inshallah in the future we will deploy our models on real quantum computers, inshallah. Okay, any question?
All right, thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions from the audience?
The man with bad English asked too many questions. Quantum computing is a new thing for me, and because of this I have as well several common questions. Correct me if I'm wrong. The quantum classifier is a classifier that uses quantum calculations. And first question is I'm sorry. We must use the quantum computer to use quantum classifiers, or we can modeling quantum calculation on a simple computer. This is the first question. The second is I saw some tables with different methods, such as PCA that usually uses to reduce features dimension, space dimension, and for example, Adam optimizer. And the question is, what's the difference between the PCI or method or Adam optimizer, simple and and such optimizer that executed in quantum
And the final question is, I saw many metrics. Firstly, if we talking about quantum computing, as I think we're talking about speed of calculation. I saw that you reduced the speed, but I also saw such metrics as precision, accuracy, and the question is how can we reduce error rate using quantum computing? That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Now for the method used to implement our quantum or our code, especially, okay, we can use either a simulator, and there is two kinds of simulators, either a simulator in Qiskit or our FIFO-based simulator, or a real quantum computer. Now, there is a real quantum computer that we can open a session for a real quantum computer in Qiskit, but the problem is that there is a queue. So there is more computers waiting to use this kind of hardware. So we used our Python-based simulators because we have tested over 200 tests, so we don't really have that much time to wait everyone to finish and then test our models. So this is why we have here, for example, some models got over 10 hours, some of them 1 hour, some of them couple of minutes. So we can't really relate on the simulators on the force, the quantum machines. Maybe in the future we will not have, as a user or researchers, will not have a fully quantum computer, but maybe a GPU simulator for quantum machine learning. Okay, this is the first answer. Can you remind me this question?
Probably after the session, because kind of past the time. All right, yeah, my apologies. So thank you for the presenters for the presentation. If anybody has questions, so please after the session. All right, so we'll move on to the next presentation. An analysis of blockchain framework for electronic health records using Hyperledger will be presented by Mokhtar Raj.
Welcome everyone. I'm Mukta, and today I'll be presenting the work of me and my co-authors, analysis of blockchain frameworks for electronic health records using Hyperledger. This slide presents the format of the presentation. Electronic health record systems have greatly improved patient care, diagnosis, support, and safety. Though efficient, they often suffer from connectivity and security issues. Blockchain technology, with its strong security and immutability, can actually enhance the security and privacy of EHR. Public blockchain systems may give rise to privacy concerns, which is why permission blockchains such as Hyperledger frameworks are becoming more popular. Hence, the main objective of our research is to examine and compare the existing literature on Hyperledger deployments in EHR systems for secure healthcare data management. This slide shows how a transaction is validated in a blockchain. So when a transaction request is initiated, a block that represents this data is created. The block is then broadcasted to all the nodes in the network and is then verified by these nodes using different consensus algorithms depending on the type of blockchain that's being used. The verified block is then added to the existing chain of blocks and the transaction is completed. Cryptographic algorithms are used to assign a unique hash to each and every block. So each block contains the hash of the previous block, a timestamp, a nonce, and also the transaction information. This ensures the immutability of the key. A comparison between permissionless and permission blockchain is shown here. Permissionless blockchains can be accessed by anyone. They do not require permissions. They are decentralized platforms where anyone can just join the network and verify transactions. Some examples are Bitcoin and Ethereum. On the other hand, permission blockchains, they operate within a closed network. So they can either be fully centralized or partially decentralized, depending on the members in the network and the consensus used. Some examples are Hyperledger and Ripple. This slide shows the baseline architecture of how health data is secured using blockchain technology. The patient's data is used to create an EHR. This is encrypted and stored on a healthcare database. Data fields such as patient's health data linked to the patient's public ID is transferred from the healthcare database to the blockchain using API. So now this creates a transaction, and to ensure security, each transaction is hashed, verified, and assigned a unique public key, which is then stored on the blockchain. When healthcare professionals need to access this data, he can request access through the public key using API. Patients can grant permission to decrypt their data by providing the private key. So this empowers the patients to maintain control over their data. And also they receive notifications of any changes or updates that are made to their medical records. However, it's important to note that such practical implementation in a real-world context requires detailed technical planning and security measures. Hyperledger technology enables collaboration of various industries by creating custom features using smart contracts. Some of the Hyperledger projects are listed here. Hyperledger Fabric and Hyperledger Inti are two blockchain frameworks used in EHR. Compared to other blockchain platforms, Hyperledger Fabric offers better efficiency and flexibility. Hyperledger Inti is specifically designed for creating and managing decentralized digital entities. Hyperledger Ursa is a shared library that prevents the repetition of existing cryptographic operations, thus enhancing security. Hyperledger Aries is an interoperable library for decentralized entities. Hyperledger Composer is a tool that supports Hyperledger Fabric platform, whereas Caliper works well with Hyperledger Fabric, Hyperledger Inti, and more. We reviewed recent works that presented the concepts, prototypes, and implementations of Hyperledger-based EHR. This table shows the comparison of the reviewed works based on the Hyperledger platform use and the issues addressed. It is obvious that the majority of papers recommend the use of Hyperledger Fabric platform. This indicates popularity of Fabric for enterprise applications. It is preferred for its modular framework, plug-and-play approach, and flexibility. Moreover, its smart contract, known as chain code, enables secure data sharing within a large blockchain network. Though not as preferred as Fabric, Inti has its own unique features. This framework is used for decentralized entities. It enables individuals to control their personal information by enhancing security and privacy. In addition to its benefits, Fabric presents several challenges related to data security, transaction efficiency, scalability, ensuring patient consent, network governance, etc. Despite these hurdles, Hyperledger Fabric remains practical for EHR management. Now, moving on to the issues addressed, most of the papers aim to achieve security and privacy. Interoperability and accessibility were the focus of some papers. A few papers achieve performance, storage, or node scalability. In addition, network and transaction scalability should be given greater attention as it is essential to meet the demands of real-world applications. Since the primary focus of our research was blockchain for secure EHR management, only the papers relevant to the topic were reviewed. We excluded publications that were related to other areas of healthcare. Also, the recommended methods have not been empirically tested to verify their claims. So this may limit the assessment of the actual performance, scalability, and even potential drawbacks. Let me conclude the presentation with the key points from the research. The main objective of our research was to explore the potential of blockchain in EHR management. We focused on patient-centered EHR systems built on Hyperledger, and we also considered the challenges in sharing and exchanging of patient records. Despite these challenges, our study shows that incorporating Hyperledger into EHR management will safeguard its security and privacy. These are the references used in the study. Thank you for your time.
Right, thank you for the presentation. So we have time for a few questions, if anybody has any. Okay, I just have a question then, so basically in this research you did like a comparative study between different blockchain techniques and let's say used for let's say health records for patients, right? So have you done some analysis on some data? Have you done some work on these things?
No, the reason being because getting a diverse set of healthcare records is really difficult. So that's why I try to change my focus to a literature research. Because being in the medical field, privacy and security is kind of like a paramount thing.
Sensitive topic, yeah, I agree with you.
That's why I changed my whole topic to a literature research.
All right. Okay, thank you. Okay. So yeah, thank you for the presentation. So we can move on move back actually to the first presentation. So it's a recorded video titled Current Topological and Machine Learning Applications for Bias Detection in Text. And I believe the presenter should be Yassine Hamir.
We all have unconscious biases. These are based on our prior experiences. What do you think of each of these women on first glance? Do you see the subgroup that they might belong to, their race, their religion, their profession? Our experiences drive what we perceive at first glance. We see sameness or otherness. How are people like us? How are people different? Within group settings, sameness can be similar interests, can be similar race or religion or gender. When otherness becomes too foreign to a group, this otherness tends to override who the person is so that others only see their differentness. And this is called stigma. Stigma can lead to ostracism or bullying. It can lead to hiring disparities. And it can even lead to different decision-making within the legal and healthcare system. This can lead to differences in quality of life, in mental health, in potential earnings, and it can even impact longevity of life and outcomes related to mortality. Can we detect bias and stigma in written communication? These days, we have large volumes of data. Think of all of the medical records in a healthcare system, or all of the educational records within a large city. If we could flag these potentially biased interactions for follow-up as soon as possible, we can provide a safety net for people whose social stigmas may result in adverse life experiences. However, to do this, we have to rely on technology. And currently, embeddings are one of the big ways that we work with text data. However, embeddings reflect their data sources. There's training data that they learn from. They learn connections. They learn how people think about different topics. And in order to have a good model that's able to flag bias, we must have good embeddings that were trained on good data. Given the volumes of data used to train, it's very hard to do this in practice or to understand this from a training data source. So we've decided to look at biased data and look at how different embeddings perform on bias identification within these text samples. And we do this through geometry. We can look at the space of the models, how these topics separate out, how different biases are mapped to different spaces. Let's go through our methods and results. For our data, we used an open Reddit data source that had been already tagged with different types of bias. And from there, we sampled to get a smaller sample size that would work better with our embeddings. We chose 4 different embeddings to investigate, 3 that were based on English-only text samples, and 1 that included many different languages. In addition, we wanted to look at both BERT and Roberta models as they're constructed differently. We then visualized these embeddings to look for separation of bias types, as well as look for potential subgroups of bias, where one particular type of bias may have many different incarnations. After that, we tested k-nearest neighbors models with a couple different sizes of neighborhoods to look at the local geometry of these embeddings. So from our visualization of embeddings, we can see that 3 of these models, the English sample models, worked very well. We can see lots of separation on the 3 leftmost embeddings. The 2 leftmost are BERT models of differing dimension. The next one is the Roberta model that was trained on English-only sample. And the one on the right, where there's not good separation, included many different languages within the embedding training sample, which, as we can see, does not allow us to identify bias very well with this embedding. From there, we created our k-nearest neighbors models, one with very small neighborhood size, k equals 3, and one medium-sized, k equals 10, and one larger neighborhood, k equals 25. K here functions as a smoothing parameter within the local geometry. So we have coarser geometries and smoother geometries with these models. And we can see that these English-based training samples, the full BERT, the mini BERT, and the full Roberta models, all show very high accuracies on our classification model. But the Roberta model that includes many different languages and not much cleaning performs significantly worse than the rest of these models. And this is something that we would expect. Data cleaning is really important for embedding models, as is understanding how different languages can function in this. So this is pretty close to what we had expected. The high fidelity here suggests that these type of models are a good start for tagging bias in the wild. And that's hopefully the next step here is to look at use cases where we can actually apply these bias models and be able to understand what bias exists and where it exists within a real data set.
All right, so I think I've kind of presented the first paper here. So let's move on to the last paper from this session, titled by Harnessing Transformers, a leap forward on cancer detection through image analysis.
My name is Amit Bashar and I am a PhD student at the East University, Vijaya Sharia. I have a background in artificial intelligence and have been working on using AI methods and techniques for cancer detection based on image analysis. Today I will be presenting my research titled Harnessing Transformers, a leap forward in lung cancer image detection, which focus on using transfer learning techniques and vision transformers for cancer detection through medical image analysis. This work was completed along with my co-authors, Dr. Emir, Dr. Mishur, Dr. Heyman, and Professor Abbas Andera. In this presentation, I will highlight the importance of contributions toward advancing future cognition techniques for cancer diagnosis. Of course, I want to take this opportunity to thank the conference organizers for giving me this opportunity to present our research today. Let's start with the presentation with the outline. I will speak about the introduction, related works, proposed methodology, experiments and results, conclusion, future direction, and in the end, references. For the introduction, cancer detection through medical imaging has become vital for early diagnosis and treatment planning. Of course, early cancer detection will help saving a lot of lives. With growing cancer cases, AI and image analysis are transforming detection by identifying marine and benign tumors in scans. Of course, AI has revolutionized cancer detection and medical imaging in general. Of course, deep learning, which is the field of transfer learning, machine learning, enables automatic detection of anomalies in physical images like CT scan and MRI. However, large images data is difficult to handle due to time and privacy concerns. And of course, medical images are very sensitive, so it's very difficult to obtain them. So we have availability issues. So for that, transfer learning comes for the rescue. Transfer learning allows models to share and apply knowledge gained from previous tasks and dataset learning problem with limited data. Transfer learning has shown promise in cancer detection by transferring knowledge from image dataset to medical images. We'll speak about image dataset in the next slides. In the related works, of course, there are several works have been done using transfer learning for cancer detection. For example, Dion et al. Used efficient net and vision transformers for tuberculosis detection. They achieved almost 98% accuracy. Zidane et al. Proposed the swim cup, a transformer model for colorectal cancer segmentation with 0.92 F1 score. And this paper is comparative study of the related works, and with what dataset they have used, the number of samples and the metrics. They had over 90% accuracy and F1 score. So I will speak about our proposed methodology. What we have done is we collected the cancer images dataset. We pre-processed the data using different approaches like grouping and normalization. We then made the data augmentation to expand training set. We created a vision transformer model. It has different steps. For the first step is split images into patches. It's like the pixels in an image. Each patch has positional embedding. This makes us distinguish different patches. And we fed the patches through transformer encoder. The role of transformer encoder is it's like the eye of the model. It detects what are the simple shapes and the complex shapes of the images. For example, the tumors and other different classes. And of course, we applied multi-head self-intention MSA. This allows detecting patterns from the images. For example, in our case, tumors. It is like the brain of the model. We used the multi-layer spectrum to highlight the important patches in images. For example, tumors in cancer images. And we made the evaluation model using different metrics like accuracy and loss. This graph explains different steps of our algorithm approach. Transfer learning with vision transformers allowed improving the performance, has improved the performance of the model. Of course, the first step we pre-trained the model on ImageNet dataset. This dataset is a well-known medical dataset that has different diseases with 10,000 classes. We fine-tune this model on cancer dataset, two classes. We have myelin and benign classes. We then evaluated the model performance. We compared them, of course, to CNN models, and we used accuracy and loss metrics. This algorithm explains the different steps, the initialization, and we have the patches with position. The second step, we fed them to transform encoder to detect the pattern, and then we make fine-tune, we pre-train the model and we make the fine-tuning, and in the end we have the output of the model. Of course, the data set used to evaluate the performance of our approach, we conducted used different data set that contains lung, colon, and brain and breast skin cancer. And we use this Fourier data set to make a comparative analysis of the effectiveness of our approach. This is overview of the data set with different characteristics, the number of classes, the number of the samples, the train and test validation. We made a comparative study, and which this is the comparative study with accuracy and loss. We see that the transformers has excellent results on different data sets. Same for the CNN model, but in the lung images, the CNN models didn't perform well. This is due to different reasons, and like transformers has almost 95%. This graph shows our results that we spoke about in last slide. Why VIT outperforms CNN? VIT can handle large data set. VIT handle high dimensionality well compared to CNN. VIT better capture global context via MSA, which is the brain of the transformer model. Of course, finding link choosing models based on dataset size and image type. Model capabilities related to dimensionality. Of course, limitations of the study is that the study only used accuracy and loss evaluation metrics. Additional metrics like sensitivity, specificity, and advanced score should be used. Other factors like precision, recall, and application metrics should be analyzed. And of course, other deep learning models should be used like lens length and inception. In the end conclusion, the study had demonstrated the superior performance of vision transformers of the CNN. The VIT architecture better capture patterns through its transform encoder and meet the MSA. A limitation is the use of the accuracy metrics and loss. And future works involves evaluating more models on expanded data sets and clinical accreditation. This is our references. And thanks for your attention.
Okay, so I believe this one is an online presentation. If you have any questions, kindly contact the corresponding author. I believe he is Yusuf Mir. So feel free to go see the paper and contact him by email. Alright, so with this presentation here, we wrap up our session. Thank you all for attending, and hope you enjoy the rest of the day. I believe we have a gala dinner, so you guys are more than welcome to attend. Alright, have a good day everyone.